A pleasant good afternoon to everyone. The legislative session of August 16th, 2024 is hereby called to order. Of course, we'll start off with the invocation by the Reverend Charles L. Brown Jr., the chaplain of the 35th Legislature, and that'll be followed by the national anthem and the Versailles March. Please rise.
Let every heart pray. O thou in whom our souls take great delight, who in affliction we call. As we begin this legislative session, we call upon you because this week Tropical Storm Ernesto descended upon us earlier this week, reminding us that we are not in control, but only you are sovereign. We thank you that lives were spared, and for helping us keep top of mind that anything material that was lost or damaged can be replaced. And yet, Lord, even though the storm has passed, the territory is still in trauma. Here we convene on the rock, working in the first branch of government. But we need you to be our rock in a weary land. Thank you for refreshing our consciousness that only you can be a true shelter in the time of storm. As we work to recover, and many are without light, help us to know that you are light in the midst of darkness. So activate your light in us, such that it overcomes the darkness of this world. Some of us are still without water, but we thank you, Lord, that your word says you are living water, and that the water you can provide will satisfy all thirst. Some have lost food, so Father, we need you to be our bread from heaven and feed us until we want no more. Lord God, here we are, days removed from the storm, and too many of us are looking for power. But as we pray, we claim that you have all power in your hands. Give this body unprecedented focus in addressing the issues Virgin Islanders face. Grant them unity of purpose and abounding determination to use this platform to elevate the community. With the same grace and mercy you provided that protected us from imminent danger, may it now flow from heart to heart and from breast to breast. And may they deliberate in your love. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
please be seated. Thank you very much, Chaplain Charles Brown, for the invocation. At this time, Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call?
Certainly, Mr. President. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez, present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph present. Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter present. Mr. President, we have 14 members present and 1 member absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. Let me say good afternoon to all present, listening and viewing. I hope that everyone within the sound of my voice fared well with the passage of the tropical storm Ernesto. This storm definitely showed us the things that we, as a territory, need to improve on as we work our way through the 2024 hurricane season. Today's session was convened in response to the announcement by Pafford Medical Services that they will be ending their services to the territory because of non-payment. Shortly, we will dissolve into the Committee of the Whole to receive the testimony on this critical issue that affects the delivery of healthcare services across the territory. At the conclusion of the Committee of the Whole, the body will return to legislative session to take appropriate action towards resolutions of this matter. I was unable to attend the funeral services today for Ronald A. Charles, my fellow St. Croix Central High School Carib, who was a key player in the Michigan State University win in the 1979 NCAA tournament. I appreciate that the 21st Legislature, through the initiative of Senator Adelbert Bryan, named the Central High School Gymnasium in his honor within the passage of Act 6114. Mr. Charles' legacy as a star athlete who went on to shine in college and professional basketball will be remembered by everyone who walks through the doors of the Ronald Alexander Charles Gymnasium. Our condolences are extended to his family and friends with our heartfelt gratitude for his sports, mentorship, leadership as a role model and contributions to this territory. May he rest in peace. We also want to offer condolences on the behalf of the 35th Legislature to our Madam Secretary and the passing of her grandmother, and continue to hold up in our prayers as she go through this difficult time of bereavement, and everyone really that's suffering at this difficult time, whether they're having a medical situation or in fact a death in their family. These are some tough times. On a lighter note, my congratulations to Senator Donna Fred Gregory and Senator Maurice C. James, who is the conference chairwoman and conference chairwoman and vice chairwoman, respectively, on successfully hosting the 39th Annual Legislative Conference of the National Organization of Black Elected Legislative Women, or NOBEL. It was a pleasure to be a part of the welcoming of these dynamic women to the territory and supporting their initiative to promote the presence of Black women in government, nonprofit, and corporate leadership. Since 1985, NOBEL has been at the forefront of advancing Black women in the fields of public policy, public service, and civic engagement. The entire Virgin Islands community has benefited from the strong leadership of Black women in this very room, and that also includes Senator Ruby M. Rouse, Senator Lorraine Berry, Senator Alicia Chucky Hansen, Senator Liliana Bellato de O'Neill, Senator Cleone M. Crickey, and of course, Senator Jeanette Millen Young, among many others, not to mention our hardworking senators that's currently in the 35th legislature. I'm thankful to stand on the shoulders of these women alongside these impactful and hardworking women. At this time, I'd like to remind all present to turn your phones off or put them on silent as not to interrupt today's proceedings. Madam Clerk, at this time, is there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. President.
You may proceed to read those correspondence.
August 16, 2024, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Mr. President, please accept this correspondence as a formal notice of my absence to today's Committee of the Whole hearing and legislative session scheduled for today, as I am tending to a personal matter. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for my staff to retrieve. I wish you well on today's meeting. Regards, Donna A. Fred Gregory, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of correspondence, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, Madam Secretary, can you please record Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory as excused? Roll and tally.
Mr. President, we have 14 members present and 1 member excused.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The 35th Legislature will convene into the Committee of the Whole to retrieve testimony on Pafford Medical Services withdrawal from the territory and the impact on healthcare services. Invited testifiers, Honorable Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health; Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Finance; Ms. Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget; Mr. Antonio Stevens, Director, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services; Mr. Christopher Finch, Chairman, VI Government Health and Hospitals Corporation. The 35th Legislature will then rise out of Committee of the Whole and convene into legislative session to consider the following. Consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0274, an act appropriating $1,933,461 from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Roy L. Snyder Hospital and Medical Center. Bill number 35-0275, an act appropriating the sum of $910,000 from the General Fund to the Department of Health to disperse to the Caribbean Kidney Center, to be dispersed to the Caribbean Kidney Center to assist with the funding of salaries and dialysis nurses and the staff members. Bill number 35-0276, an act providing an appropriation from the General Fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Governor Wong F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center to assist in purchasing dialysis machines and chairs, a reverse osmosis water system, medication, supplies, and to fund staff salaries. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. There is additionally several amendments to all of these measures that have just been read by the Madam Clerk. At this time, the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will dissolve into the Committee of the Whole. I will take a 2 minutes recess while we bring in the testifiers again to speak to the Committee of the Whole in regards to the Pafford Medical Services withdrawal from the territory and the continued impact on our healthcare services. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 2 minutes. We're out of roll call. I'm sorry, we're out of recess at this time. We have the testifiers seated, and we'll start off with the testifiers on the St. Thomas district, and then we'll go to St. Croix. At this time, Commissioner, can you please just put your name and position on the record, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Okay, and then we'll go to your right, and then we'll come back and go to your left.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Kimika Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ebony Serrano, Director of Accounting on behalf of Commissioner Kevin McCurdy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Angela Henry, Director of Financial Services on behalf of CFO Monel Hewitt.
Good afternoon. That's
Good
Department of Health. That's Department of Health, correct?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. So,
Good afternoon, Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas St. John District.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators. Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Good afternoon. St. Croix District.
Good afternoon. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner at the Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Akers, CFO of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Let's try that again. Charmaine, can you try that again? Get a little closer to the mic. Go ahead.
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, CFO at the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Good afternoon, Senators. I'm Robert Bryan, the EMS Chief, St. Croix District, Virgin Islands Fire and EMS.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Christopher Finch, Chairman, Virgin Islands Government Hospitals and Health Facilities Corporation.
Good afternoon. Thank you. At this time, Commissioner Encarnacion, you recognize for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., President of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, esteemed members of the Committee on the Whole, and those in the viewing and listening audience. Good afternoon. I am Justa Ortiz Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health. Joining me are Commissioners, Assistant Commissioners Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims and Ruben Malloy, Deputy Commissioner of Human Resources, Joan Jean-Baptiste, an Acting CFO, while Tatia Monel Hewitt is on leave, Angela Henry. We are here today to testify on the Pafford Medical Services withdrawal from the territory and the impact on our healthcare services. I am presenting the Virgin Islands Department of Health's transitional plan for ongoing operations at the Elda Shelterbrand Long-Term Care Facility, the Mobile Integrated Health Unit, or MIH, and the Maternal Child Health Clinic and Family Planning Programs. Our team remains committed to successfully transitioning and placing the necessary personnel to ensure continued service to our community. In addition to the transition plan, we will discuss the outstanding payment owed to Pafford Medical Services along with our obligations under Bill 35-0275 to support the processing of invoices for the Caribbean Kidney Center on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Before I proceed with the discussion of the transition plan, I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to Pafford Medical Services for their commitment and invaluable service during our times of grateful or greatest need. When Hurricane Maria devastated our territory and Irma, Pafford deployed to St. Croix as part of our two-part emergency management assistance compact to provide essential medical support that was nothing short of life-saving. Their collaboration with the VA Department of Health in establishing a mobile integrated health care program was a game changer, ensuring that 1,800 homebound patients on the island of St. Croix received the home care they needed. In 2019, Pafford returned to St. Croix to reinforce our emergency medical services as the territory confronted an unprecedented global pandemic. Pafford, already on the ground, stood shoulder to shoulder with us throughout the crisis. The federal emergency related to the global pandemic ended last year, and with it, the federal funding that supported emergency services. Since then, we have been working to transfer some of Pafford's staff to the VI Department of Health, while also recruiting locally and nationally to fill critical clinical positions. However, it's important to recognize that there is a global shortage of clinical staff, which presents additional challenges. Prior to their departure, the department contracted 10 staff members from Pafford Medical Services across the division mentioned above. Despite the difficulties recruiting much needed clinical staff, we have developed and implemented the following transitional plan. In the Elder Shelterman Long-Term Care Facility, the VI Department of Health has been proactively transitioning from Pafford Medical Services at the Elder Shelterman Long-Term Care Facility. The management team has established and formalized work schedules for the clinical team to address the needs of the facility's residents. To enhance behavioral health support, 2 registered nurses from our core behavioral health services team will be provided additional nursing care. We also secure general funds through vacancy attrition, which allowing us to extend employment offers within the department to 1 registered nurse and 2 licensed practical nurses. 1 LPN began on July 15, 2024. Another RN and an LPN are set to be onboarded on August 26, 2024. The Mobile Integrated Healthcare MIH Unit. Pafford staff have been providing support to our Mobile Integrated Healthcare Unit. The agency has also taken strategic steps to plan the transition of the Pafford team. Until the funding is available to support the MIH, Acting Director Jacqueline Greenwich Payne identified clinical staff and community health workers to provide support to the patients enrolled in the program. In addition, the nurse practitioner previously contracted by Pafford signed on to the VI Department of Health as a volunteer on August 15, 2024, to assist Acting Director Greenwich Payne with clinical rounds. To date, the agency has requested personnel savings to support the hiring of 4 MIH team members, 1 nurse practitioner, 1 registered nurse, and 1 paramedic, and also 1 EMT. This request, totaling 4 full-time equivalents, was submitted on August 9, 2024, to the Office of Management and Budget, and the attached cost assessment was attached. Family planning. Pafford has contributed to our family planning program by facilitating the placement of 1 obstetrician gynecologist. We successfully extended an offer for an employment, which has been accepted. The physician has expressed a firm commitment to serving us as part of the VI Department of Health. Maternal Child Health Program. Pafford has provided support to the Maternal Child Health Program by placing 1 registered nurse. In the interim, we have assigned a qualified certified medical assistant to the Family Planning Division to assist the physician with patient care until an RN is hired for that role. The Department of Health's outstanding budget with Pafford. The most recent payment of $50,485.28 was made on March 7, 2024. However, that payment comes from an invoice submitted in November of 2023. The outstanding balance is $1,785,724.99. The department has attempted to meet our payment schedule. However, due to other obligations such as the off-island care for our behavioral health patients, we're unable to do so. The VI Department of Health's responsibility under Act Number 8729, Bill 35-0106. To quote the Act, Number 8729, Bill Number 350106, Section 1A, the sum of $700,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30, 2023, from the General Fund of the Virgin Islands of the Department of Health for the Caribbean Kidney Center. The sums appropriated in Section A are available until expenses. The most recent payment made toward $700,000 was July 19, 2024, in the amount of $90,523.25. The outstanding balance is $1,060,181.90 for the clinical services and $78,000 to satisfy the 10% federal match. The projected cost of care needed to maintain dialysis services until January 31st, 2025 is $973,325.20 for a total of $2,111,507.10. While we recognize that Pafford's departure may understandably cause some concern. I want to assure the community that the VI Department of Health is fully committed to addressing any gaps in our services. In conclusion, we acknowledge the global advancements in medical care, yet we recognize that these innovations cannot replace the essential role of much needed, however costly, medical providers. The Department of Health remains committed to supporting the healthcare organizations throughout the territory by providing guidance and regulatory support to ensure the highest standards of care for our communities. Additionally, we look forward to collaborating closely with the legislature to identify and implement the best possible solutions for our community. Our mission to reduce health risk, increase access to quality health care, and ensure health standards. Senate President Francis and all senators, we stand ready to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Encarnacion. You don't have a testimony, right? We'll now go to St. Croix, to the Chairman, Chris Finch, for his testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senate. Good afternoon, Honorable Senate President Novelli Francis, honorable members of the 35th Legislature, Senate staff, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Christopher Finch. I am Chairman of the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, more commonly known as the Territorial Hospital Board. I am testifying today on the need for funding for the hospitals to expand outpatient dialysis care. I wish to start by expressing gratitude to the members of this body for your interest in the well-being of the hospitals, and especially to the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Chairman, Senator Ray Fonseca, and his staff for their work with the hospitals to assist with dialysis funding. In my testimony today, I will describe the expenses for construction, equipment, and startup costs for medications, supplies, and staffing for the hospitals to expand their capacity to handle the anticipated increase in dialysis patients. The districts have different solutions and needs, so I will describe those separately. I will start with the St. Thomas and St. John District. Presently, all outpatient dialysis care is provided by the Schneider Regional Medical Center, SRMC, and the Caribbean Kidney Center, CKC, through their respective clinics on St. Thomas. St. John patients must travel to the St. Thomas centers to be dialyzed. SRMC provides dialysis care to its 74 patients through a clinic within the hospital. CKC has a clinic building located very close to SRMC, serving approximately 55 patients. Dialysis patients typically receive dialysis care 3 times a week for 3 to 4 hours at a time. Thus, even a relatively small patient load requires numerous dialysis stations and support services. The clinics run 6 days a week with multiple shifts a day. Once we realized that CKC was likely to cease dialysis care at some point, SRMC CEO Tina Commission started the internal expansion of the RLSH dialysis capacity. This has been accomplished by building out a space adjacent to the present hospital dialysis clinic with 12 additional patient stations to accommodate the CKC patients. Additionally, through diverting funds from other needed purposes, SRMC purchased a water treatment system, which is the key component of dialysis treatment, and machines and chairs for each new patient station. The equipment has been purchased, and the build-out of this space is 90% completed. SRMC believes the completion of construction, installation of the equipment, and required 2 weeks of water testing may be able to be completed in 30 days. SRMC also needs funding for initial medication and supplies and contracted travel staffing. These costs are detailed below. Nearly all dialysis patient care is covered by Medicare. CMS will not authorize payments to SRMC until the new stations are certified, which will take a few months. While we may eventually receive reimbursement for the initial drugs and patient supplies, SRMC, with only 2 days of cash on hand, does not have the money to pre-order these items. To the best of our knowledge, CKC's largest PAFRD expenses are for its St. Thomas Clinic. It has fewer of its own staff on St. Thomas than it does on St. Croix. Accordingly, CKC has relied on PAFRD for all or nearly all of the dialysis nurses and dialysis technicians it requires on St. Thomas. Dialysis care is specialized, and there is a nationwide shortage of nephrology nurses. If CKC closes and the patients come to SRMC, the hospital will need time to find and hire the professional staff. SRMC will need to start with contracted staff for approximately 4 months and work diligently to hire dialysis nurses and recruit and train local dialysis technicians. Table A summarizes the funding needs for SRMC. This hospital so far has spent $978,009.21 on construction and equipment purchases using both its allotments of PFA, Public Finance Authority funding, and ARPA funds that were designated for other purposes. SRMC desires to be reimbursed for these funds so that the designated equipment purchases and other planned uses for these monies may go forward. SRMC is projecting that to treat an additional 55 dialysis patients will cost for the initial 4 months the expenses of medication at $188,540, patient supplies at $155,980, and contract professional staffing at $1,047,200. As mentioned, the expectation is that after this 4-month initial period, the expansion will have passed CMS certification and the hospital will be able to bill Medicare and other third-party payers. I must emphasize that the hospital does not have sufficient funds to take on this initial cost of its own. The total requested, which includes the medications, the supplies, the staffing, the equipment purchases, and the construction cost, is $2,381,006.71. In my written testimony, there's a table that shows the breakdown of all these items, including what SRMC has already spent and what is projected to be spent. And there are 2 additional tables, Table B and C, which just provide additional background detail for the startup cost that Snyder Regional Medical Center is anticipating. I will now move to the St. Croix District funding needs for the Juan F. Louis Hospital. Presently, JFL provides dialysis care to 42 patients in a trailer located in the old hospital parking lot. CKC provides dialysis to approximately 60 patients in its Gallows Bay Clinic location. The dialysis situation in St. Croix differs from St. Thomas in a few important ways. The Juan F. Louis Hospital has a long-term solution underway to build a FEMA-funded outpatient off-site dialysis clinic. The cost of build-out and equipment, as well as several years of lease payments, will be covered by our FEMA PW or project worksheet that is designated for this purpose. JFL provides dialysis care in a mobile trailer, which poses a risk for hurricane damage. The short-term solution for St. Croix to cover dialysis care needs at JFL until the new clinic is built is problematic due to water supply and fire suppression challenges. There is a new nonprofit entity which has received ARPA funding, which is making progress towards opening in late October 2024 and could take many of CKC's patients. To our knowledge, CKC has more of its own staff and less reliance on PAFRD staff on St. Croix than on St. Thomas. Should the GVI decide to provide some additional money to CKC to remain open for a time, it will be less expensive to do so on St. Croix. The long-term solution for JFL. The hospital redevelopment team acquired a FEMA PW for a new dialysis clinic and has been working to get a clinic ready to open. We anticipate FEMA funds will be used to purchase the new equipment, pay for the space build out and the lease cost until the new hospital is built. Unfortunately, we have encountered delays. The territorial board leased the space on the north side of St. Croix. This space is large enough to accommodate JFL and CKC dialysis patients and allow for expansion. It is just a building shell and needs to be built out. Through an RFP process, an architectural and engineering firm was contracted and has completed drawings for the new space. Through another RFP process, a company has been contracted to design, supply, and install a complete hemodialysis water treatment system. This is the long lead time factor. Unfortunately, the third RFP process for contractor bids to build out the space was unsuccessful. No one submitted a bid. Mr. Daryl Smalls, the Executive Director of the Hospital Redevelopment Team, is re-advertising the RFP as required by FEMA. This places us at best at receiving bids in September. With that delay, it is unlikely the new space will be open until January 2025. The short-term solution for JFL. In anticipation of CKC closing, JFL worked to position itself for a short-term solution to provide additional dialysis care within the old hospital. The initial step was to purchase additional equipment. JFL purchased 10 portable reverse osmosis machines. These portable RO machines can serve 2 dialysis stations at a time for a total of 20 stations. JFL also purchased additional dialysis machines and chairs. Combining this new equipment with equipment JFL already owns is anticipated to be sufficient to serve both the JFL and CKC clients for the short term until the new clinic space is ready. Thus, we believe we have the needed equipment should we need to abandon the trailer plus take on the CKC patients. The initial plan was to utilize the former intensive care unit space in the old hospital. However, we have challenges with the backup water delivery system and fire suppression system. JFL has purchased a new water pump skid system and is seeking bids for installing it. These quotes are imminent. The installation of this Tripex pump system is an intricate project. Additionally, dialysis has very specific fire suppression requirements, and we are working on the best strategy to meet those specifications. We are also continuing to explore whether any other area of the old hospital, like the VI Cardiac Center, may be suitable as a temporary location. Table D below in the written report summarizes the funding needs for JFL. This hospital so far has spent $230,000 on equipment purchases using its own funds that were designated for other purposes. JFL desires to be reimbursed for these funds so that other needed equipment may be purchased. JFL projects an estimated $150,000 is needed to solve the water supply and fire suppression challenges. We are still getting quotes and assessing best strategies for these items. JFL is projecting that to treat an additional 60 dialysis patients will cost for the initial 4 months the expenses of medication at $205,680, patient supplies at $170,160, and contract and hired staffing at $1 million. As described earlier for SRMC, the expectation is that after this 4 months initial period, we will have CMS certification and will be able to bill Medicare and other third-party payers. The total funding requested is $1,755,840. And again, that would cover the build out of the temporary space, the equipment that's been purchased, and the 4 months of projected medication, supplies, and contract and other labor. I must emphasize that neither hospital has sufficient funds to take on this initial cost on its own. In my written report, Table D breaks down the numbers both spent to date and projected as I have just described. And Tables E and F provide additional detail of the startup costs for JFL. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for this opportunity and your consideration of these requests. I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman Finch. That completes the testimony for today. Real quickly, before I open up the floor to a 3-minute round to my colleagues, I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Kanaseung, Have you been able to glean exactly how much money is owed to Pafford at this time?
I'm going to refer to Angela Henry to answer that question, but yes, we do have those figures.
Good afternoon, Angela Henry.
Good afternoon.
We owe Pafford currently $1,628,206.29.
Okay, and that's for the Department of Health.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Do you happen to have for all of the agencies, or are you just speaking towards for Department of Health?
Speaking for the Department of Health, we will be able to pull those figures up for you shortly, but I know that fire is here, and the hospital would be able to speak to that as well.
Thank you. Fire, can you speak to how much is owed to Pafford at this time for VIFMs?
Good afternoon, Senator. I defer that question to my CFO, Ms. Charmaine Akers-Hewlett.
Ms. Hewlett?
Good afternoon again. Akers-Hewlett. The balance fire service owes the $3,508,061.30.
I'm sorry, you came in completely gobbled. Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. It's $3,508,061.30.
30 cents. And Department of Health, it was 1,006,000. What's that number again, please?
628,206.29.
Yes.
$1,628,206.29.
Good. And the hospitals?
Senator, to the best of my knowledge, Juan Louis, which has its own contract with Pafford, that it is making payments on, presently owes $1,560,564. There may have been a payment recently made that reduces that slightly, but that's the best information I have. Schneider owes some money to Pafford from its share of the costs during the pandemic. Schneider is presently in negotiations with Pafford over trying to come up with an agreement on what that amount is. I don't have that dollar figure.
Okay. Anyone to the table that may have that figure?
I do have CKC's number, though.
CKC? Go ahead.
Okay, total amount currently owed to Pafford, this also includes the 10%, is $1,625,353.44. When projected to the end of January of 2025, the total comes to, well, that would be $834,278.80, bringing the total to $2,459,632.24.
Okay. And can you speak to any recent payments, and recent, I mean like within the last 14 days that have been made onto Pafford?
On behalf of CKC, yes.
Check was cut on the 6th of August for $58,893.75.
Any other pending payments in the loop right now to be paid?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And this is on behalf of CKC?
The last one was, that we
That's-
spoke about was, yes, on behalf of CKC.
Anything on the, any recent payments on the behalf of Department of Health, MIH?
No.
No. What about VIFMs? Any recent payments?
Ms. Hewlett?
Charmaine Akers-Hewlett. Right now, there is $299,400 in ARP waiting for a check print, and that represents our 10%.
And what's the estimated date of that check print?
Working with finance still. I think they are waiting on some documents, before they approved it, but the check hasn't been printed, and they're waiting for some documents between getting it from PNP. They need additional documents that we need to get from PNP, they said.
Okay. And my final question before I open up specifically to the hospitals, I know that there was some ARPA fund that was pending payments towards your both hospitals. Is there an opportunity for any payment to be made via the route of ARPA towards the amount owed by JFL or Snyder Regional?
Senator, Schneider has been using its ARPA funds to purchase equipment as I described and to pay for some of the construction.
JFL?
JFL, to the best of my knowledge, purchased the 10 portable reverse osmosis machines out of its own funds. I do not believe, it may have used their PFA funds. I don't believe they used the ARPA funds for that.
My question is, in regards to one second, Mr. Chair. In regards to the pending amount that remains for ARPA, is there an opportunity for any of this to be paid towards the amount owed to Pafford?
No, we're also hoping to get reimbursed for the monies we have already spent because they were taken from other budgeted purposes.
Point of information, Senator Bolkes. Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolkes. Point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information is to Chairman Finch when he alluded to funds that are owed to Pafford during the pandemic. Specifically, I wanted to inquire why, if in fact COVID funds were not utilized to pay that expense, and exactly what is that expense and the number related to it.
To the best of my knowledge, that amount would be the 10% share that Schneider was responsible for towards the latter part of the pandemic funding.
If I may, we went from being funded 100% by FEMA to being funded 90%, so we had a 10% match. That is the 10% match.
That answer your questions, Senator Bolkes? Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted a clarification on the numbers given outstanding by the Department of Health. In the testimony, it was $1,785,000 with a $50,000 payment made on or about March 7th. That would remain $1,735,000. But what is she, your CFO?
Acting CFO.
Reported 1.628. Which is it? Because we really need to scrub these numbers. And absent seeing a contract, I'm like a little lost.
Understood, and that was our error in the testimony. It was actually corrected. You want to address that?
Yes, it was actually corrected to the $1,628,000 because we overlooked a payment of $107,033.42.
So then in the future, when that happens, y'all need to state that it was an oversight because it was only through questioning is now that we're getting clarification. It was an error. Thank you. Or do we have the contracts as well that we could see? Are these active contracts or expired contracts?
Expired contracts.
All of the contracts are expired contracts.
All the contracts are expired contracts.
At this time.
At this time, correct.
And expired as of when?
Right.
May 2024.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will open up the floor for a round of questions, and we'll start off with Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon to my colleague. Good afternoon to the people of this territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. God's blessing. I am very happy that we were able to make it here today to have this hearing. We are dealing with some difficult times in the territory, and I hope as we continue to persevere, at some point we'll just be okay. I'll be okay with that. But starting off with this specific questions I want to ask, could somebody give me any numbers as it relates to the amount of dollars go for the, I know we have $2 that go towards the fire service for EMT, et cetera. Do you know that dollar amount? Because I'm trying to see where all we could pull money from and what is it being used for, et cetera. For emergency services. Yeah. Do you guys have an amount for that?
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Ms. Sheila, do you have that number with you? Or
Good afternoon. Not presently. I can search through my.
Well, I'll go ahead with my questioning and you could pull that up and let me know while I continue on. What I'm trying to find out, for example, in the letter that the fire services were able to receive, it said you guys potentially might have been cut off by, I think it was August 1 or something like that. What I'm trying to find out, what happened after you received that letter? Did you reach out to whom? Because as a senator, I get a little bit, and I'm not talking to you directly, I get a little bit frustrated because things happen within the executive branch and we are blindsided last minute. And if we're in a situation where these bills were piling up and we didn't know anything about it, I don't feel happy when I have to pick up a newspaper to be told that this is what's happening in my community. I'm not happy when my constituents are calling because they're told that their last day of dialysis was yesterday, but it got canceled because of the storm. I'm not happy to have those types of conversations. So I need to find out when situations like this occur, who do you guys notify or who do you reach out to? Could somebody from fire services let me know quickly before I continue?
your question to me, Senator, is kind of vague. Which question would you like for me to answer?
The one where you guys were notified that Pafford was ceasing staffing. What did you do after? Because I'm trying to figure out the trail as to how we even got here. Just you as an example.
So for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, we had an internal discussion. Personally, I thanked Pafford for their service and their commitment to us for the years that they've been here, and understood that since I did not have an existing contract with Pafford, I needed to find a way to exist without Pafford. And so that's what we've done.
And it seems like some of the agencies, could I just quickly wrap up? Some of the agencies were attempting to do that, like what we were hearing from the hospital, JFL, they were preparing for this. But it seems like, for example, at another location, you weren't hearing the same thing. And as a government, I would have assumed we'd have been a little bit more unified across the board to be prepared for this. Just the last question I want to ask, not to kill my time, well, it's gone. If Pafford is paid, are they willing to stay or they just want to be paid and go? That's what I need to know. Can anyone answer that?
That would be a question that actually should be asked in reference to Pafford, but this is what I would answer if I may. It's very costly to have Pafford here within the territory. I think that the transition plan, Department of Health actually been transitioning. The fire department has also attempted to transition. As I said before, the cost of health care has exorbitantly increased since our pandemic. And it's not just nationally, it's globally. Everyone's finding it very difficult to secure staffing, especially when you're asking them to transition from their homeland to come to the Virgin Islands to maintain the standard of living that they're accustomed with. So we are actually working with other agencies. nationally to be able to bring staffing down as well. So whether or not staff, Pathwood would like to stay, the question is, can we afford
Can we
it?
afford them? And that is what I'm trying to get to. But I do appreciate your indulgence, because that's important, because as much as the people of the territory we hear we haven't paid them, at some point we have to learn to build within so we could stand on our own and not be dependent on outside companies that could potentially be putting our people's lives in danger if they can no longer provide us the service. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the additional
Thank
time.
you. Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. And we are having this discussion about affordability. I wanted to ask you in regards to the contractual agreement that was made, what happened within that contract that prohibited the payments to be made in a timely fashion? Was there something that occurred based on agreed agreement between Pafford and the various agencies that allowed for some timely payment to be made based on the agreement?
I can speak in reference to health. We did attempt to put in for request a supplemental. Last year, supplementals were not given, and that's one of the areas we were hoping to get the funding for. We actually have a draft contract that wasn't able to be submitted because of the cost, and we had to identify the funding source prior to signing on the contract.
And in regards to the contractual agreement, did you see a reduction based on the time of the pandemic towards the cost, or it was just a continuance of that cost?
We were able to separate the cost. So, of course, for the Department of Health, it was a dramatic, because we actually oversaw all of the clinical errors during the pandemic. But specifically for health, we saw a reduction in cost. One of our individuals who work in our OPCMR office in terms of procurement did a study, and it indicated that Pafford was able to provide the Department of Health and the government of the Virgin Islands with a lesser fee than national cost. So overall, we started with a lower cost than everyone else nationally.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Point of information, Senator Gittins, and I'll come to you, Senator Bulkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the great question by the previous speaker with regards to if Pafford is willing to stay, if they're paid. But the other question is whether or not the government of the Virgin Islands can actually continue this relationship without renegotiating. And I also needed to know from what I'm not hearing from VA Fire Service is how many personnel or what personnel are affected and what resources are affected, meaning the ambulance or whatever equipment, etc., coming from Pafford. So the renegotiation, is there a renegotiation? Are we renegotiating? And what's the affected personnel and equipment?
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. As far as for renegotiation.
No, leave that one for the Commissioner of Health. You tell me about your EMS affected personnel, meaning the paramedics and the EMTs and the ambulance.
So in the St. Croix district, we are not affected by the loss of the ambulances. We're good there. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have enough ambulances, but we're currently using 2 of their ambulances, one in St. John and one in St. Thomas.
So 2 ambulances going in the St. Thomas, St. John district.
Yes, sir.
But we had Pafford personnel assigned, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're pulling out or have pulled out. How
Yes,
many?
Sir. From in the St. Croix district, 8 pulled out, and in the St. Thomas, St. John district, 5.
And that's paramedics, all paramedics?
All paramedics, Senator.
How many are we left with in each district?
How many Pafford paramedics are we left with in each district? No, okay.
On our own.
In our side, we have 2 paramedics who are in the St. Croix district who are in supervisory positions, meaning one is the chief of EMS in St. Croix. The other one is the supervisor of, for the EMS team in St. Croix. In the St. Thomas St. John district, we actually have 2 paramedics that are not in supervisory positions, and then we have another 5 who are in supervisory positions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I ask that question because we are in a critical time right now. And I just wanted you all to know, I want to publicly acknowledge your chief as well, because while we're down to 2 paramedics only, just last week, Mr. Chair, when they had the Singspiration in Frederiksted and St. Croix, one of our very own who sits on the GSC board, the chair, fell ill. And thank God at that hour of the night that you had a paramedic out there that could have saved her life. So thank you, but we need to really address this in making sure that we beef up the number of paramedics that we have in the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Bolkes, your point of information, real quick, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my point of information stems from your inquiry concerning the contractual obligations. And I wanted to ask the panel if someone could answer, is the contractual obligation for required payments still 14 days of invoice?
I think it's 30 days of invoice, but I'll get back to you on that one. Maybe.
Okay, I read 14 days. If in fact it is 14 days, we know that our procurement process moves a lot slower than that. So additionally, really quickly, Mr. Chair, if you are not able to pay an invoice within that obligated amount of time, what happens? Do you get another fee, another cost, or is it still a flat rate?
Still a flat rate.
Still a flat rate. They don't charge you any additional?
They have not, no.
Okay, very well.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Johnson, Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thought it was 5 minutes we had. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. My first line of question is going to be directed to Mr. Chris Finch. You know, we're in some very, very trying times. But I'm looking at your testimony, and you're talking about utilizing the hospital, especially Wang Lui, which is about to be demolished. And the longer we take to demolish Wang Lui, the longer the island of St. Croix is going to have a Tech2Get hospital. So I'm trying to analyze, what are you trying to do by utilizing the hospital, investing into the hospital that we need to try to get people out of in order to take that hospital down and get our hospital built? Help me out with this. I just can't accept us trying to go into that hospital, add anything else into it, when we're trying to move out of it right now.
Senator, the point is well taken and certainly shared by us. As I described, the long-term plan is the new dialysis clinic, but that is not going to be ready before January. We were preparing that should we need an alternate location before then, what do we do? And this is what's available. It's not something that in a perfect world, a plan that someone would pursue, but dialysis patients cannot wait for treatment. So should that be absolutely necessary, we had to prepare for what can we do in a very short term and a very quick basis.
Well, then my next question would be, why did we abandon the purchase of CKC assets, which would provide a hardened structure for us? Why did we not pursue trying to purchase this piece of this building with the hardened structure and the equipment?
1 minute.
There are really two pieces to that. One, using the FEMA dollars, that was not possible to do. We could not purchase. We could only lease with the FEMA funds. And other than that, there just was not a point where we saw that the funding was going to be available to us to do that.
So then why did we not try to go into a lease agreement with CKC? Because we're talking about leasing a next property, which is going to have to be completely outfit with equipments and everything. So why did we not try to, since we can use that money to lease, try to go into a lease agreement with CKC?
We offered that to the owner, and at that time, at least, the owner was not interested.
You know, I think we need to really pay attention because, you know, and tell me about this Nissan building. What's the actual belief that we can have that completed by January?
Time.
Mr. Chairman.
We have leased the building. We have issued a contract for the water treatment system, which, as I said, would be the longest term lead item. We are expecting the second. We've completed the architectural and engineering work as well. We are going back out again with an RFP to have a contractor to do the internal build out. The building exists, but it's a shell, so the internal rooms need to be built out.
And I just want to wrap up on this, Mr. Chair. What would be the cost? Because if we're talking about CKC being up for sale and we're now going into a lease agreement, this is the problem I have with the government on a whole. We continue leasing, and if we pay attention to what the cost would be to buy a building or buy the CKC, we will save so much money. We continue going into this lease agreement. We continue doing this. So what would be the cost for this outfit to complete that?
Until those bids come in, I don't know. We can provide the other parts of the information. I don't have those with me today, but the lease costs and the water treatment system can be provided. But Senator, again, it was a matter of whether or not we could use federal funds or we would have to do with local funds.
Thank you very much for the lenience, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator Carrion. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. Samuel Carrion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience, and the testifiers that are here today. It's unfortunate that we are at this position once again, and it seems to be a deja vu, right? Every time there's another vendor that is threatening to leave or has stopped services to this government for whatever reason, and we have money outstanding, but we have all this money in the territory like never before. So it's unfortunate that we are here. Nevertheless, we have to try to find a solution to the problems that we have. That's what we've been elected for, to try to see how we could arrange and how we could try to solve some of the issues that we have within our territory. So is there any interest, Commissioner, to renegotiate with Pafford and continue in a relationship with them if funding source is provided to pay the outstanding amount?
I think that there's some opportunities. I know that we've been speaking about the number of paramedics we have within the territory. That would be, I would say, the only option, of course, right now, CKC, because we don't have a choice but to have CKC open until the end of January 2025.
So you also heard you're having conversations also possibly going back in the market and finding other companies that provide similar services maybe at a
lower cost.
A lower cost. How is that going, and what initiatives has your department endeavor in that field?
We've attempted through not necessarily engage into a company, but use other HR recruitment agencies to be able to assist us with that. And so that's what we've done thus far.
1 minute.
We have, though, been successful in transitioning 4 of Pafford staff at this point in time, and we'll continue to see, and also local individuals, because we are, and thank God for UVI, we are growing our own, and now they're more available.
So explain to us that level, and maybe because I was stepped out, what's the void that this will create if they leave? We're talking about how many positions, what type of services areas will be affected, paint us a realistic picture of what this would cause in our health system and the effects it will have in our community.
If you look at the various agencies that are going to be affected, the Department of Health, we've been able to cover very well. Of course, our mobile integrated health system, team has been affected, and that's preventive care. So, and the need for preventive care actually also increases the need for inpatient care, prevention, hospitalization, and rehospitalization. However, as a result of joining forces with some of our clinical staff, I know I have to say that Acting Director Greenwich Page has been working diligently, and I say extremely hard, to make sure that we address all the needs of the homebound individuals logged into our program. And right now we have 94 patients. So she's working very diligently with someone else, and we have a volunteer until we can hopefully fund that position. So right now we're doing okay, but I think that CKC, definitely they would be drastically impacted. A dialysis, after 3 days, you're going to see decompensation on that individual's health. And after 3 days, then of course hospitalization. And then we look at transferring patients outside of the territory if they cannot be housed within a hospital.
Excuse me, what is the amount of patients that you mentioned in the CKC? We're talking about what number?
In CKC?
Approximately.
Well, approximately 110. I think it's 54 in St. Croix, about 50 in St. Thomas. So around, I'm going to be at approximation, about 110.
Okay. And did we give the numbers per departments and agencies of the vacancy slots that would be because of Hadford leaving? Did we provide that information per department or agency?
For the Department of Health, 7.
7. Which you were able to transfer to?
Yes.
And fire? And EMS?
Your question, sir?
The void, the number of vacancies that you would have
right now
that are connected to Pafford. If Pafford leaves,
right now in both districts, we have vacancies for 6 in each district.
but those are vacancies within your fire department. But I'm referring to those that are being filled by Pafford currently. Have they stopped?
In the St. Croix district, we had 8 Pafford employees. In the St. Thomas St. John district, we had 5.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. 5. Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Before we go back to the minority leader, Senator DeGraff, Ms. Serrano, in regards to the in-processing of $299,400, can you speak to what is the priority of this? If in fact there's some additional information that's required, where are we in the loop in getting that information in so that we could have a timely disbursement of this amount?
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, the issue
One
is
second, Ms. Hewlett. That question is to Ms. Serrano at Finance. Please recognize the mic of Ms. Serrano, last mic at the testifier's table.
Good day, Ebony Serrano. We're actually working with the fire service on this payment. We've been working with them daily. So we're just waiting for one piece of document from the Department of Property and Procurement to get it processed. And once we receive that, there's no time to hold it. We just go forward.
Okay, so when we talk about, is there a timeline, a drop dead timeline? I mean, today's Friday. How long we've been working on this piece of document that's required?
So we're actually waiting for the fire service to be able to get that information from PMP. So as soon as they receive it and attach it to the invoice entry, then we will make payment. And it takes us less than an hour to process a payment at finance.
Thank you. Director, can you speak to that? Again, we're talking about solution-driven movement here and the urgency of being able to address this. It's so urgent that we have interrupted our whole calendar to make sure that we're having a hearing today. So what is the issue of getting this document from PMP so that it could be attached to your files?
Ms. Hewlett, could you answer?
Sure. The issue is we sent in the justification letter is what is needed by finance. We sent in a request for the justification letter to PNP, and PNP's issue is because it's a 2023 expense. They really don't want to approve the justification letter. They wanted us to. The last thing I heard is that they wanted us to go. They said we may have to go to the legislature to get it to resolve it. I don't know exactly what, but and I tried. I attached all the documents that we got that's pertaining to this payment, and that's where we are. We are stuck right now.
For a year's expense, yes. Thank you. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you. A pleasant good day to everyone. I just want to ask a follow-up question to that. Did you receive the invoices timely from Crawford to process this payment? Because totally, it seems like it's very dated.
We never received the invoice. What we got was a breakout of
Stop. You didn't receive an invoice? How are you paying a vendor without an invoice?
We got a breakout from the Department of Health with all the 10% that's due to all the different agencies, and all the attachments that was needed based on the total amount that was due. That represents the different agencies that were responsible for paying the 10%, and all the agencies' total amount that was due for PAFFOD.
I have one follow-up question, Mr.
Please conclude, Senator.
Thank you. And when did you receive that breakout from the Department of Health? Do you have a time?
I think it was, I'll have to check, and I can't remember when it was. I know we have been trying to get I think we got it. I'm not sure when we got it, but I know once we got the funds, the health revolving funds, that's when we weren't able to make a payment until we got the health revolving funds, because there was no extra money in our current budget that would allow us to pay this bill.
Okay, thank you so kindly.
And we got our health revolving funds in January.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that information.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. We'll recognize Senator DeGraff, the minority leader, at this time for his 3 minutes. Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, present. Okay, I got 3 minutes, just the facts. First of all, to PAFFOD and the services provided, I'll say thank you. On behalf of the people of Vernon, thank you. They did provide a service second to none, and very much so. Thank you. Now, fact, do we owe PAFFOD?
Yes.
Yeah.
How much money do we owe PAFFOD?
Accumulation of
Total. How much money do we owe PAFFOD?
We were able to identify everyone. We were able to identify what we
Total
owe.
aggregate. Total.
About 8 million.
We have. Honestly, we have that figure. Let me get that for you as soon as possible.
Okay.
I did indicate that we will be looking for it.
Because I saw a article in the consortium dated 2023 where we owed PAFFOD $34 million. Off of was that factual? Was that paid before?
The total amount I know is over $7 million. We're trying to get that whole number
that's
for
for
you.
now. But like I said, in consortium has a article dated in May of 23 that we owe them $34 million. Was that factual?
It may have been. That is actually yes. At the end of the pandemic, and that was
And that was paid.
yes.
So there's no residual over from that. That's separate and done.
Correct.
Okay. Now you're saying we owe them roughly $7 million?
Around that, yes, sir. We're getting that figure for you.
Okay. Who did PAFFOD have a contract with?
Okay, we had a contract with PAFFOD, the Department of Health,
Okay.
being responsible for all of the health agencies during the pandemic.
And what was the funding? So I do apologize for running
it's
over because
okay.
I have 3 minutes. I
It's
do
okay.
apologize. What was the funding source to pay for that contract?
FEMA was the funding
1
source.
minute.
FEMA.
A
When was the
PW.
end date of that contract?
The end of the contract was May 11/2024, if I remember, 2023, if I remember correctly.
So
And-
as of May 11, 2023, FEMA paid all the money that the contract was allocated for that contract?
Less 10% within the last few months.
What was the total of that amount?
You remember?
Okay, so the Pafford money, the approximate $7 million starts from May of 2023 to present?
What, could you repeat
The,
that, sir?
the approximate 7 million or 10 million that you spoke of started from May of 2023 to present?
Correct,
Okay, so a little over a year.
correct.
And we owe Pafford an amount. And have they been billing on a regular?
Yes, they have.
Okay,
We received
so
their invoices.
what is that funding source for that from May of 2023 to present? What were they being paid off of?
Well, we did indicate that we did submit for a supplemental requesting payment for Pafford, if I may, Senator. But it was not approved. So we were hoping to get that funding source through the general fund, but that did not occur. So in order for us to be able to continue the service, we were submitting justification letters for approval so that we can attempt to pay. However, the funding was not there, and so in reference to not being able to pay Pafford at that time, we did continue paying for CKC on their behalf as the funding, I think the last day of the funding was in August of 2024.
Okay, and in closing, I have a copy of a press release that the governor sent out where he stated that he would address the Pafford issue. He thanks Pafford for their services, and he will address the Pafford issue. Do you have any knowledge of when he said he is going to address, meaning the financial issue, do you have any knowledge if he was going to use ARPA funds or any funds from the pandemic or whatever? Do you have any knowledge in regards to that?
What I can say is that we actually did have a meeting of the minds with the governor and all the stakeholders to address what funding may be available to it. And then I subsequently had a conversation with Senator Francis to ensure that we would be able to sit together and come to some conclusion. And this is what brings us here today.
Oh, so the governor obligating us to pay? That's
I
what it
can't-
is?
I'm not going to go there with you, Senator.
No,
I'm
no,
going to
I
say-
mean it like that. So I just wanted to know. So that's what we hear now because we've been obligated to pay. I was under the impression there was
I
funds.
think it's funds that from the GVI for us to sit down, put our heads together, and figure out if we have any federal funds available to do to this. Those, let me just go, and I think it's important to say that all the services that Pafford provided were critical services in some way or the other, whether it be preventive care, behavioral health care, or emergency services. So it wasn't as easy to say, okay, well, even though we didn't have a contract, we were using justification letters, but if we did not provide those services, we would not be in a good way.
$10 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. And obviously, these are prior year expenses as well as budget information or funding outside of the budget right now. So the legislature is only one then could be able to authorize, where that funding will actually come from. Based on representation from them. That's why we're here today. I wanted to ask you, we didn't have much discussion about Bureau of Corrections, but they too are also, there's some culpability on their part in terms of pending payment as well. Who could speak to that?
I could speak to what the director has actually spoken to us publicly in meetings. She actually started a contract. She actually received a grant to specifically pay for Pafford services. And she was able to go into her own contract where the department was for that. And so she's been paying separately. Subsequently, she was able to go into a payment plan with Pafford, and that's why she's right now sound.
So her amount should not be included in the whole discussion of this? Is that what I'm hearing?
I am going to say that that's a conversation you should have with her in terms of the funding sources she has for the current contract and the amount. I'm not privy to that.
Point of information, Senator DeGraff, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We need to make it clear that the legislature isn't the one got us in this pickle.
Oh, yeah, well.
Because we didn't initiate it, that's what I'm saying. The services that we initiated were funded by XYZ. There's no way any of my colleagues or myself will allow a bill to run up for Pafford providing these kind of services and we don't pay it. So we need to make it clear, not that we didn't get ourselves in this pickle. The legislature, the first branch of government, didn't do this. We need to make that clear, not make excuses for the governor and whomever to put it on our shoulders. I vehemently take offense to that. The bottom line is, and I'm not talking to anyone, so I do apologize if you think I'm going on, but I'm just saying, our branch of government and my colleague make it clear it's not us. We may have to be the ones to fix it, but it wasn't us get us in this situation here. Let's keep that clear. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's no way in this conversation that they could point finger at the first branch of government being responsible for this. Certainly, there were either contracts that weren't paid or funding that was not tapped into to make this payment. Hence, they're reaching out to the legislature to assist in moving this forward and being able to address this. And more importantly, is after hearing the fact that Pafford is pulling out of the territory, we wanted to ensure that the impact on healthcare is preserved, and what we intend to do as a collective to be able to address that on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Senator Gittins, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quickly, hence the discussion there that the minority leader started. Based on the response from Commissioner Encarnacion, I want to be clear for me and my colleagues. You stated something to the effect that the Department of Health is responsible for, I guess, coordinating these payments for Pafford. This is why I want to see the contract. So who is the contract with? Is the contract with the Department of Health that will be for the Bureau of Corrections, the 2 hospitals, Fire EMS, I think the Department of Human Services and CKC? Is all these under one umbrella responsible to be paid through the ARPA funds by the invoices have to go through the Department of Health?
During the pandemic, we actually had one contract, and the one contract actually spoke to all of the staff needed for all of the agencies under healthcare.
Okay, but I don't want to confuse it. During the pandemic, we're out of the pandemic now. That's gone. So that's been expired. So let's come forward now for this. It's actually about 8 million something that's owed. Mm-hmm. So through these 5 different entities, these invoices to be paid for the services have to come through the Department of Health, or each of these entities are responsible to do these process respectively?
All of the entities are responsible for their financial debts themselves.
And so, but you made a statement that...
Senator, you have to wrap up. So I could,
yes, Mr. President. I'm just trying to get... she made a statement saying that...
Can I clarify the statement for you, sir?
Please.
During the pandemic, we were responsible, just by law, regulatory-wise, for all health agencies. We took the responsibility to ensure, from a human resources standpoint, we were able to fill positions within St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, and flex staff as needed, which was very successful. That is through the pandemic. That's over. This funding that we're looking at right now is post-pandemic. The only thing that's actually in the pandemic is the 10% that's still owed by, I think it's like 3 agencies. Hopefully that clarified it for you.
Not really, but if maybe OMB could tell us whether or not these entities, since you're saying that they're responsible respectively, whether or not they have the requisite skill set within these agencies to properly process these funds. I mean, these invoices.
Please recognize the mic of Ms. Kimiko Woods.
Good afternoon. We are inquiring about skill set within the department and agencies. I cannot speak for skill set within department and agencies.
No, I think the question is in regards to the 10% match that was required by those respective agencies.
So what I can state is, in review of the submission for the fiscal year 2024 budget, there was no contracts listed by any department and agencies for PAFPORT. There was some supplemental requests that were submitted. However, revenue projections could not entertain the entertainment of supplemental requests, but they were not built into the department and agency's initial department requests.
Was there an executed contract at that time?
No, there was not.
At this time, Senator Javon E. James, Senior, you recognize here 3 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And I, too, would like to say thank you to Pafford Medical Services for their many contributions to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. My question to the Department of Health, though, is, as far as the outstanding balance, right, have we done a cost analysis specifically for personnel on what the government can afford versus what we are paying, or what is being paid to Pafford? Because you know there have been an increase, so not really an increase, but there's an increase or difference in pay. So my question is, have you done a cost analysis? Meaning if we pay nurse A in the Virgin Islands X, Y, and Z, and nurse B for Pafford is paid X, Y, and Z, have you done a cost analysis?
What we did is we looked to see the number of staff that needs to be transferred into the Department of Health from Pafford, and we ensured that, one, we had to look at union agreements as well, and we provided that information to the staff that's willing to come over, which they have accepted. I have to say that one of the things that we are challenged with is relocation from actually permanent homes. And so that's what we're looking at. But we did not have that much issues getting them to accept some of the contractual arrangements that was negotiated through the unions.
And I was reading through your testimony where you had a situation where an individual, I think is a gynecologist?
Yes.
Who came over from Pafford?
Well, she's actually local.
Okay.
But in order for us to hire her at that point in time, we didn't have a position open, so we were able to hire her through Pafford. But we've since gotten her to accept a role at DOH under the physician's agreement.
In no way, shape, or form we're trying to infiltrate Pafford. But my question is, have we had individuals from Pafford Medical Services who came over to the GVI?
Yes, we've had several. And I have to tell you that Pafford has actually been very humble in indicating that if there are any individuals that wants to transfer over to the GVI, that they would not bind them by contract.
The reason why I wanted to ask that question is to say thank you. Really and truly thank you, because we are in a tight situation, and it's an election year, but we have to understand they came here under emergency situations and conditions, and the emergency at some point has to end.
Mm-hmm.
So we're having a very difficult conversation, but as far as our nurses at our schools, any of the nurses at our schools are from Pafford?
No one from the schools.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, and as far as the testimony from Mr. Christopher Finch, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, he came up with some very great ideas. The testimony is there for everybody to see it. But as far as the dialogue between Mr. Finch and the members of the board in which he serves, and yourself and the administration, how has that been? And as far as a timeline, how will we be able to address this situation?
I'm actually also a member of the board. I hold an executive position on the board as a secretary and as a commissioner of health. And so I'm actually entrenched in all of the conversations regarding Pafford payments and any other operationals.
Yes, but the question was, he has some great ideas. And when I say he, meaning everybody who was involved in the decision making, As far as timelines and the conversation to meet those timelines, how is that coming along to bring some relief to the people? Because every time we look on the VI consortium, it's bad news. So this is your time to say some good news to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Small and I also have conversations. So the minute that we heard that the RFP had to be closed because we had no one that actually accepted it, then that was told to me. But that is, we have to go through the process all over again because it is FEMA federal funds, and that delay is something that we have no control over. And thus, it leads back us into January of 2025. That's not good news, but that is the reality, unfortunately. And then, of course, we're working with fire. We're having conversation with fire in terms of the suppression system. Now, we also have, from a regulatory standpoint, speak to CMS, because CMS actually has to approve. For example, they also have to approve the chairs and the dialysis units that come to the territory, and that takes about 3 months. So we're acknowledged about that. I think that this hearing allows us to share with the community what the delays would be and why the delays are there, having to work through this process. And we really ask for your assistance as we go through this. It's not easy for us as well.
My time was called. I'm not going to abuse my time, but I really pray for every single one of you before us today. It is not an easy job. It's easy for anybody to throw stones. So I just want to say thank you for all that you have done for the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Before we go to the next senator, Ms. Woods, have there been any discussion whatsoever, any way, shape, or form, about the possibility of utilizing ARPA money to pay down some of this? Obviously, ARPA came during the pandemic. This is a pandemic-driven situation. Is there any discussion in respect to the availability of ARPA to assist in this payment?
Regarding the payment itself, the conversation has not come up. However, the conversation has come up with regards to assisting the hospitals to get to where they need to be ready to accept dialysis patients. And can you do a little bit of a deeper dive in that? And because obviously some of the bills that's before us is in regards to getting the hospitals, to be able to have funding to reach that goal that you just mentioned. So again, where is the conversation in respect to how can we utilize some of that federal money that's available to us to support and assist in that endeavor? I will state that we can view the possibility of seeing what is allowable versus what is not allowable, so that we can try to bridge some of the gap.
Thank you. And Department of Health, you had some ARPA money associated with health, right? I'm sure that those were some specific engagement. What's happening in that space?
All of our ARPA money is actually allocated to our divisions with specific instructions on how they should be used.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Balcaz Jr. for his 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifying panel here today. It is no doubt that there's going to be an impact and residual effects when Pafford leaves the territory, and we thank them for all of the work that they have done throughout the hurricane relief process and COVID. EMTs, advanced EMTs, and paramedics, and we know that the VI FEMS does have EMTs, advanced EMTs, and paramedics as well, but we're talking about 5 individuals in the St. Thomas St. John district and 8 in the St. Croix district. And the elephant in the room is there are 2 different types of, for the lack of a better word, pay scales. We're talking about VI FEMS employees that work 24-hour shifts, and we're talking about Pafford employees that work 8-hour shifts, and after that 8th hour, then go into a situation where overtime is incurred. So there is no doubt that we, meaning our local general funds, cannot sustain with the salaries that Pafford employees have versus Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services employees we cannot sustain the expense related to what is going to be overtime costs that come from Pafford for their services, which is well needed, without a doubt. But the issue is that we now need to buff up on our local hiring, our retention. We need to get more employees that are going to be EMTs, advanced EMTs, and paramedics, local individuals, jobs. The issue is that the salaries, with no disrespect, Director, is not feasible. And I hope that, and I need to ask you, are there any discussions with VI FEMS about salaries for paramedics, advanced EMTs, and EMTs, moving from what is, I think is what, you'll tell us, please tell us.
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Yes, the discussion has been had, the decision has been made. We're raising the salary for the paramedic.
For the paramedic?
For the paramedic, yes, sir.
Okay, and currently on force, if I can call it that, how many paramedics does VI FEMS have?
Total?
Total.
I think it's 12, I think.
12?
Yes, sir.
And per district?
Not per district. 2 in St. Croix, St. Thomas District, and 9 in the St. Thomas St. John District.
Okay, why are the numbers down on St. Croix? Why are we not seeing applicants on St. Croix for those positions?
I don't have an answer for you on that, Senator. We have been trying to hire in both districts. Keep in mind that when I give you the St. Thomas St. John numbers, 2 people just came back from training to become paramedics, so they're included in that number in the St. Thomas St. John District, and about 4 of those who are here in the St. Thomas St. John District are in supervisory position. This is one of them. Chief Adams is one of them that I'm including in that number. So right now, for the example, this man, he just got off an ambulance, walking overnight. So again, everyone is being asked to jump in and fill that gap, no matter what your position is.
Much appreciated. And for the record, I know that Love City Strong fully paid for 2 paramedics for their training, housing, and salary.
Those are the ones that just came back.
The 2 that just came back. So I want to put that on the record. And for the record, Jalen Roper, who is one of those, was the salutatorian of that whole entire course. So I want to give kudos to that individual as well. And thank you to Love City Strong for all that they do for our territory in the sense of helping our government. Now, Mr. Chair, I know my time expired, but if I can please have a wrap-up question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, with that said, with the potential of Pafford leaving the territory, now I know that there was an indication about Aya Healthcare and others such as them. What are we doing to sort of mitigate or continue services in the eventuality that Pafford pulls out and we're going to have a sort of a disparity in the sense of the amount of individuals to assist the current workforce? Are there any discussions, or is there another entity that you're planning to bring in? Please share some information with us on that.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. We're diligently working to try to get, like you just asked me a question about salary. We're increasing the salary for the paramedics in order to make it more attractive. Try to get people not just from away but locally to come in and assist. You heard Senator Gittins mention that there was a situation where a paramedic assisted the chief in St. Croix. That wasn't by chance. He was on shift. He was there doing what we asked him to do, filling that gap, because he knows that we don't have enough paramedics here. So he leave his chief position. We asked the supervisors to do the same thing, and every one of our paramedics within the service to jump in, fill those gaps, and assist. In the meantime, while we're doing that, like I said before, we've raised the salary, and we're going to do an aggressive campaign to try to get that skill set within the territory, whether it's homegrown or getting people from outside.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Volquez. A point of clarification, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm asking for this because I don't like the conversation to get too far. So while in the back, I heard the response from the Department of Health regarding the ARPA funds and that they come with specific instructions, correct?
Correct. It's called a notice of award, and so it tells you exactly what it's for.
So you don't commingle those unless you get prior authorization. So I'm looking at where you spoke to your outstanding balance with Pafford. However, you stated due to other obligations such as the off-island travel to address behavioral health patients that you were unable to make the Pafford payments. Can I get some clarification there? Did you pivot from one end to address this, and are you allowed to do so with those funds?
We're not allowed to do so with those funds.
So
We were not speaking about the funds. The question was asked whether or not we had ARPA funding. That was ARPA funding were given to specific divisions to support the pandemic. Most of those fundings are actually over at this point in time. I think we just have a couple that goes to 2025, but specific to different things, not for.
But you had ARPA funding or have ARPA funding available to you that can address this outstanding balance to Pafford?
No.
No? Okay.
Just to let you know, most of the federal fundings do not address personnel.
Okay, thanks. And the need for our agencies to know OMB, and I hope OMB and Financial could really let our agencies know not to be so dependent on federal funds, because every time we get so comfortable with federal funds, we get complacent, and then we can't afford it on our own. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. You're going to get me in trouble with my colleagues. Senator Potter, Milton Potter, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. And a special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. I have to admit that this seems like such a old familiar tune. You know, you turn on the radio and you hear this tune, you know the lyrics, you know the tune. Government of the Virgin Islands engages a contractor to provide critical services. Relationship starts out really great. And then there's a massive breakup. For whatever reason, it is happening consistently, and not just in the Department of, not just regarding medical services, but just critical services in general here in the territory. Payment, making consistent payments to vendors, doing our part of the initial contractual agreement, fulfilling our portion of the deal. And I wanted to get a sense as to what is the long-term strategy or our long-term plan to ensure that similar situations don't occur in the future when it comes to the delivery of such critical services for the people of the Virgin Islands.
May I start from a health perspective?
Yes, you may.
Okay. We've been working very closely with the University of the Virgin Islands, and you know, Dr. Hans Caesar is the new dean of the school once it's open. So we have a great collaboration with them, looking at what we can do with the simulation lab, looking at the newly opened or biomedical research, utilizing some of the space available at the medical school for educational purposes.
1 minute.
Focusing on one of the things that UVI does well is in their program. They have a program in which they assist in drafting VI cell, the UVI cell. Right. We've actually been able to have UVISL create certification programs. For example, one of the things that we're speaking about is psych techs, having them create a psych tech program so that we can actually have more psych techs in the Elder Shelterman location, maybe less highly paid clinical staff like an RN or LPN. You have to have one RN, but you don't necessarily have to have 3 per shift. Those kind of things we've been speaking about. I've actually spoken to Chief Bryan about similar incidences. So, and the Director Stevens, or he would be able to tell you some of the ideas that they have had. But I think that we have some good thoughts, and we just now have to implement that the areas are now open.
It makes good sense, and I think having the university provide, Mr. Chair, I had 3 minutes. I have less. My time was cut in half. I think it makes sense to have our university develop programs and based on community needs. So what you're saying really makes absolute sense. I don't want to abuse my time too much, Mr. Chair, if I may just ask a couple questions. I wanted to ask Ms. Woods, good afternoon, Ms. Woods, about ARPA funding and whether or not, in your opinion, as the leader of the Office of Management and Budget, in your opinion, is this a proper, would this be a proper utilization of ARPA funding? First, before you answer that question, what is the balance of the ARPA funding that we currently have available, to your knowledge?
I would have to get back. I did not come with the remaining balance for ARPA readily available today. So I will have to get back to you. I can reach out to my team to get that balance. In regards, again, it would have to be viewed from what is allowable, from what is not allowable. It will have to go through a review and the grant award agreement to determine the utilization of ARPA funds.
Okay. Is that something that you're, in light of where we are right now, is that something, you're saying like futuristically that is something you would have to do? But I'm asking, based on where we are today, based on the critical situation that we find ourselves in today, is that something that we're actively doing to ensure that this may very well be a viable option for us to meet this outstanding obligation?
So what I will state is we're talking about creating a grant agreement today to pay services that have already been rendered.
Yeah.
So that is, how do we then pick? We're trying to right it all wrong by a grant. It should be a grant agreement created prior to creating these expenses. So I will state that it is something that we would have to review to see is allowable, where we're trying to bridge a gap after the expense has already been accumulated.
Okay. Okay. And has Pafford officially departed?
Pafford is actually here in CKC. And right now, I think that's the only area. No, I take that back. Of course, they're in JFL, but they have a separate contract,
Okay.
and also BOC under a separate contract.
So those are separate contracts, not really affected. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time, for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter. Before we go to the next senator, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Kimiko Woods, in respect to the current construct of the bill before us, we're talking about utilization of the funding from the general fund. Have you been able to glean the availability of the general fund to support this initiative?
Senator, I will state that we would appreciate if the bill is written from any available funds, so that we can review where possible of making the payments.
From any available fund? Do you see that as being irresponsible, to say such? Or you have some place that you're looking at? I mean, obviously, you're the one that channels the money which way to go. Based on that, is there some opportunity that you see that some payment will be made towards this when you talk about utilizing any available fund?
It is still being reviewed to identify how and where the payments will be made, as our request to make it any available funding source.
So what about the issue of the rainy day fund, the budget stabilization fund? It's pouring right about now, right? So do you see there's an opportunity for us to fit some of this through the budget stabilization fund? Again, we're trying to look at every possible avenue to be able to address this situation.
So the rainy day fund can be used, but in a small portion.
Yes.
As we have utilized some of those funds to
offset WAPA.
Correct, offset additional needs throughout the fiscal year.
Okay. Understood. Thank you. Before we go on, Senator, we just need to take a break so that we could change the stenographer. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 2 minutes. At this time, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Chair of Health, Hospital, and Human Services.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President and colleagues. We want to give special welcome to all the distinguished panel of testifiers. We have the Honorable Hussein Encarnacion, Commissioner of Health. We also have Acting OMB Director Kimika Woods, Christopher Finch, who is the Chairman of the Health Hospitals Facilities Territorial Board, Mr. Antonio Stevens Fire. Dearly beloved, we are here today to say goodbye to PAFOD. You see, PAFOD agreement, it died in May 11th of 2023. We have continued this agreement, and it's to a point where we could no longer afford it. You know, I want to quickly give special thanks because those gentlemen and ladies that I just mentioned, we have been working hard on this here. It's been over a year. You see, and there's some good things came out of it. One of my colleagues mentioned it. The salaries now for the RNs and the CNAs, the APNs, the LPNs have increased. Mr. Antonio Stevens, Fire Director, also acknowledged we're going to have to increase the salaries for the paramedics. There is good that has come to the community. We cannot afford PAFOD. You see, black adults are nearly twice as likely as white adults to develop type 2 diabetes. And this racial disparity has been rising over the last 30 years. Colleagues, diabetes is the main cause of kidney failure. Here in the Virgin Islands, the commissioner gave us the numbers. There are about 219 hemodialysis, kidney dialysis patients. And I want to give you the numbers because you see on St. Croix, Snyder, Juan Louis can only treat about 40. 54 of those diabetes patients are treated by an outside company, 54. If CKC was to close down, the commissioner also already mentioned, we would have to fly them out. We can't treat them. Snyder Regional Medical Center is the same thing. There's 125 diabetes patients on St. Thomas. Snyder treats 75, CKC treats 50. There's 3 on Water Island and 2 on St. John, 3 on St. John, 1 on Water Island. You see, we also have, Mr. President, can I finish?
Yes, please wrap up.
Yes. There's also, if you recall, when Hurricane Irma and Maria hit this territory back in 2017, many of our diabetes patients left the islands. Some never returned. Right now, there's an estimate of 30 persons still in the United States. You see, the end result of this is we will now be able to treat all of our diabetes patients, all of them in St. Croix and all in St. Thomas, all in St. John. As a matter of fact, the governor has just released some ARPA funds to provide 13 additional chairs, diabetes chairs in St. Croix to that kidney foundation. So we're going to be able to treat additional patients. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there is good coming out of it. And we have to realize that these are our folks. This is our mother, our uncle, our brother, our sister that we must be able to treat locally. And the good news is, with the passage of these bills, we would be able to. Thank you and blessings, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll go to Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say good afternoon to my colleagues, the people of the Virgin Islands, and the team that's before us here today. I want to say thank you to Pafford, because what they did for the territory is to improve the quality of service from the family planning, the long-term facility, maternal child health. And these are well-needed things for our territory. And I'll go to that wound care program that is so important to many individuals out there that need that service. And when I think about this, like, we are having this problem to pay Pafford now a service that was already rendered to us. And yes, Department of Health, it's not your fault, because you have your department to run too, right? But I think about it, if we were to have another natural disaster, would Pafford come back to help us? And that's a big question. Who would come back to help us? Because our locals would not be able to carry out these duties. So I want to ask about the contracts, the type of contracts. Did we put out a RFP? Did we work closely with property and procurement? Because when I look on the site for Pafford through property and procurement, they said contract start date May 12, 2023. Contract end date November 11, 2023. Did we have to request an extension? This all should have been recorded. But I'm going to go on my soapbox and all of that. But what I want to know now is the employees. Commissioner, you mentioned that the Pafford staff to the Department of Health, that you're transferring these individuals. You mentioned 10. Are these contract employees, unionized employees, unclassified employees, that these individuals that you have gotten to work with Department of Health?
The RNs, the nurse practitioner, the LPN are all unionized employees.
Okay, great. Another thing I wanted to ask about, I heard the Director Stevens said that he's working on an aggressive campaign. Is Department of Health also working on an aggressive campaign together to try to secure some of these local individuals to work in the territory? Because when they pull out, they're taking some of their employees and then we have no one. So how are we going to do this aggressive campaign?
So we've already, actually, I would say 95% completed it with staffing, are putting staffing within the divisions that need it. The MIH program, I would say, is one of the programs that we're looking, because that requires a nurse practitioner as well as a paramedic on the team. We have shifted some of our local nurses to work along with our community health workers. Senator, may I continue? So we will make sure we show up that schedule as of Monday. But that, even though Pafford has stopped the MIH service, we continue the program as of today.
Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude. How many paramedics do you have on St. Croix presently?
I'll refer that to fire. Director Stevens?
Presently, Senator, we only have 2 paramedics on St. Croix. Both are in supervisory positions in St. Croix. Go ahead.
So is this where Jacqueline Greenwich Payne is substituting? No?
No, Senator.
Because I just want to say, don't kill out Jackie. She can't do it all. So I'm saying, please, get on an aggressive campaign to recruit, work with UVI, get some individuals, because I'm getting calls about my mom gets wound care treatment. I don't know what's going to happen to her. I can't do this by myself. I need help. Pafford was a great help for me. How are we as a territory now going to fill that void that Pafford have? This is serious stuff, and I'm saying we have already kind of damaged our relationship, if you ask me, because if we have a natural disaster, we're going to send out a RFP. Who's going to respond?
Senator, may I respond? Senator Francis? Okay, thank you. Pafford actually came to us under Emergency Management Assistance Compact that, of course, comes about with an emergency disaster. And we actually had a paramedic agency on St. Thomas, and Pafford was actually on St. Croix, so they were one of two. At this point in time, if we were supposed to go through another disaster, God forbid, we would have to request an EMAC from them. Pafford has assured us that if they needed to come back, they would come back. Constant communication still occurs. When it comes to the MIH program, I really want to assure the community that we have not stopped the service. 94 individuals are within that program, and we're seeing them on a day-to-day basis. Yes, it is harder, and as Acting Director Greenwich Payne, however, we have assured her that we have individuals who we're going to link with her to get this done. The nurse practitioner from Pafford right now is no longer contracted with us, but still works with Pafford, but has signed a volunteer agreement with the Department of Health to continue those services, and out as of today with Acting Director Greenwich Payne.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with one more question. So now that we, within the last few weeks, we found out close to $10 million that we owe Pafford, are there any other contracts that have expired, will expire, that provide service to the people of the Virgin Islands that would be in the same situation like Pafford, that is a need, that we don't want to be surprised down the road to find out that, oh, you owe John Doe $5 million. I'm just asking if there are any other situations like this.
I have to say that the governor actually is being very proactive and ensuring that if there are any contracts out there like that, that we're making amendments to ensure that we close out of the contract, we go into a strong contractual arrangements with them and seek the funding source to support those contracts.
And just to make sure that you're covered also, even with fire, who doesn't have a contract through health or whatever, that we make sure that we work closely with property and procurement to secure these contracts, because it's very important, because they could pull out and say, well, we ain't got a contract. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Before we go to the Senate Majority Leader, we have a point of information from Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Commissioner Encarnacion. And I'm glad you brought it up, because with Pafford, it was based on emergency, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sure and I assume that during a time, was there an extensive bidding process or not?
We actually, not at that time.
Correct.
Because it was an emergency and they were on site. But we did attempt RFP, and the individuals who actually responded were even charging more than Pafford was.
Because I would assume it would be higher than normal circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And when it expired, we continued with their services. But in the interim, I'm wondering why we did not reach out to anyone else during that time to see who and what was available in terms of the services. Because I know TFL, within their exit plan, I believe that they formed a relationship with another company that was way more affordable, another contractor.
It's RLS. JFL still has a contract with Pafford.
Yes. Yes, I was just wondering about that. Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Next, we'll recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, the Majority Leader, for his 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair. Let me see how we could do this in 3 minutes. First off, Acting Director Jacqueline Greenwich Payne. Till now, when are we going to address this acting capacity?
That's actually being addressed over many, many years. There was a lot of, and I don't know if my HR deputy commissioner made it to St. Croix. She had an emergency, but if she is there, she can answer for that.
Okay, so we're going to take up the time, but that was
Okay.
just a pin so that y'all could know
We're
she's
working
a
on
bread
it.
man. This is a hard-working woman. I mean, wow. Page 2 of Department of Health testimony mentioned bill number 35, that's 027, to support the processing of invoices for the Caribbean Kidney Center on St. Croix and St. Thomas. The hospital board statement stated, St. Croix provides dialysis care for 42 patients in a trailer located in the old hospital parking lot. Imagine how it's written. And that's exactly what it is. CKC provides dialysis care for approximately 60 patients in Gallows Bay. How long has the government been operating these in these trailers? I mean, we saw, or rather we heard and felt the winds we experienced here during the tropical storm Ernesto. What are we waiting for these trailers to blow away? What are we doing? And I ask that because I know that there were conversations or negotiations regarding the purchase of CKC in both districts. What's the status of those conversations today? Anyone could tell me?
Senator Bench, the first part of the question, as I described in my testimony, Juan Luis is preparing a dialysis clinic on the north side of St. Croix that we are hoping will be ready by January. You asked how long it's been in the trailer. It's been in the trailer since shortly after Irma and Maria. The final part of your question, if I have it correctly, we did pursue negotiations on purchasing those properties. We paid for appraisals, 3 appraisals on each one of them. We were never at a point where we could see that the money would be available to purchase the buildings, replace all the equipment which we determined needed to be replaced, do other infrastructure improvements within those within those buildings, and handle the startup costs. So that attempt was abandoned.
All right, thank you. Well, I was hoping you didn't say abandon, and that we'll actually look into something. May I wrap up? Thanks. Yeah, I don't like that the talks were abandoned. I'm asking you all to really get back to the table. We're going to lose lives, and we're going to end up being sorry. Any one of us could end up on dialysis later today or tomorrow. And we have to take this thing a little more serious. When Senate President Francis and I were doing the surveys after the storm, I happened to stop by the hospital because I wanted to check on the status of the dialysis. Patients had to be rescheduled for another day. Thank God we didn't lose anyone. But because of the water pressure there, they couldn't dialyze anyone. What's the plan being put in place to at least have a standby generator there specifically for the pumping situation so that this water pressure don't go so low that we can't dialyze our patients? Any work towards that or alternative plan to this problem?
Yes, Senator. As I mentioned in the testimony, Juan Luis has bought a new water pump and is getting bids now on the installation of it.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I did get an update from the CEO of that pump, but I'm talking about a standby generator so that we don't have an issue with the water pressure.
Okay, Senator, I will look into that. I don't have an answer for that one.
And I'll close off with, again, you all always hear me talk about the 5 Ps. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Why haven't we trained up any of our local EMTs yet to become paramedics? We spoke about this time and time again before we did the merger. I was the original sponsor of the merger and held off because of this same problem. I said the problem is going to be with us not having sufficient paramedics. Here we are today. This body, in its wisdom, we passed in the 34th legislature Act number 8506, the EMS curriculum within our high schools, where our high school students can, if they're at the age of 18, if they successfully pass those 4 years of the EMS curriculum, can actually sit the national exams and not only graduate high school with a high school diploma, but with also a national certification. What's the status on starting this program? We're talking about Acting Director Jacqueline Greenwich Payne again. She was very instrumental in assisting us in getting this bill passed. What's the status on this? Because I don't see it happening in this curriculum this school year. What's the status, Commissioner? Any talks between, because I know the talks were between Department of Health and Department of Education to get this off and running?
It's more so Department of Health and the University of the Virgin Islands and the UVISL program. We have not engaged in further discussion at this point in time, but we just recently spoke about the opportunities surrounding the simulation lab and what we can do to ensure that not just paramedics or nurses or some other certification program can be trained within that program. So we spoke about that briefly a few minutes ago, and we'll continue the conversation.
So can I get a commitment from you that you will assist us in getting this done, whether it's through UVISL, because initially it was conversations with the Department of Health, and I thank you too, you were involved in that. Department of Health, the Department of Education, and the, what is that? The board for the Career and Technical Education Board.
Yeah, I have to tell you that we've actually had some very successful program out of UVISL, and I think that is where the last conversation was. And so, but you have my commitment to work on that.
Thank you. Let's do that. It might be 4 years down the road, but 4 years down the road that we get older, and we're going to need this assistance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Feel like abuse. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Real quickly, Acting OMB Director Woods, I don't know, finance maybe. We were supposed to make the 10% payments. Wang Louis was $310,500, CKC $78,000, Fire was $299,400, and Snyder was $533,100. Have those payments been made? And what's the status?
So I can't, Ebony Serrano, I can't speak for any of the other three items. I could only speak to the fire service, and that's the one we spoke about where they're working with DPP on the justification letter. And when we leave from here, we'll continue working on that to get a payment made.
Okay, but we're past the deadline to make those 10% payments, so I would, urge a sense of urgency to get those payments made. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Senator Joseph, College Joseph, Madam Secretary, you recognize you 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be within my time. I'm usually not successful, but I want to say a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. All of you are looking very bright. I know we've all been through a tremendous challenge. It reminds us of the hurricanes that we all survived, but we give the Most High God thanks for being here today. I want to ask a question of you, Acting OMB Director Woods, because I'm very concerned that we have been accruing all of this cost to take care of our people. And we have the ARPA funding. I know a question was asked regarding the balance, but I went up on your site and I saw that the rule would allow these costs to be eligible. These are eligible costs that can be absorbed by the ARPA funding, the federal funding. Have you and your colleagues had discussion regarding utilizing that source of funds to cover these costs?
Direct conversations regarding...
Say your name into the record for the stenographer, please.
Kimeka Woods, Acting Director, Office of Management and Budget. Direct conversations regarding utilization of the fund to make the payments? No, we have not.
And why haven't you explored that? What has caused you not to explore that as an avenue of a source of funds?
There is no discussion. I mean, there was no reason why it was not brought to the table. The question has been, of course, the longevity of the utilization of services that had no identified funding source. But as stated, it is conversations that can be discussed.
Right, because based on my understanding, we are now in a process where we have a reduction of revenues. That's what you, OMB, stated. Is it not a fact?
Yes, it is.
It is a fact. So we can't use general fund money to pay these costs. That's fiscally irresponsible. And I personally do not see us using general fund money to do it. We're low with the amount of revenues coming in. We don't have a good picture of how much monies that are in our general fund. Today, we just heard earlier that there was a settlement agreement from the Department of Justice and the money went right into the general fund. Now, we never had an accounting of that. That's a problem. And so the solution has to be either we find out how much money is in the stabilization fund. And I have issues because then we have local vendors who have also provided services, vital and critical services as well to our people, and they haven't been paid. How many persons, Ms. Serrano, how much do we owe in vendor payments now? Do you have that number? Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes, I can get that information for you.
Yes, please get that information. And I just have one follow-up question. Commissioner, you mentioned in your testimony, and I want to thank you for it, that you had 1,800 homebound patients that Proffer took care of. This is on page 2, the second paragraph. Are they still taking care of homebound patients at this time?
No, they're not. We actually have incorporated or absorbed that service within the Department of Health at this point in time. That 1,800 was when they officially started in 2017. So right now we're down to 94. But like I said, we're transitioned.
94 homebound. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time and your leniency and understanding.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll come to Senator Blyden, Vice President and Vice Chair. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And good afternoon again to all. I know several weeks ago, we appropriated $3 million for the Medicaid program. We had to find out those funds. And they still need another $5 to $6 million to take them through the end of this fiscal year. And we find ourselves in this situation time and time again. And I believe with this bill, I believe that the funding source is not appropriate. I cannot support anything coming from the general fund when we have been almost at the end of the budget cycle right now. Every day we're in here, 5 days a week. And we know the shortfall. We are over $90 million right now. So it will be a responsibility of me as a representative of the people to tap into that fund again. And I know we don't have the money. I believe the APA funds is appropriate for such a need, a critical need. I spoke about a Medicaid program. We're talking about folks on dialysis. We cannot choose. They both need a service. And we must find the funds to support those individuals. But let me ask, in respect to your testimony, and I appreciate what SRMC is doing in respect to the purchase of the new space, the bailout space, and they're 90% completed. That's a good move. It shows that they were proactive and understand what the situation is and is doing something about it. Also, in respect to the long-term solution for JFL, they spoke to sending out RFP, but the third time they had an issue with contractors bidding on the process. Can board chair
1 minute.
Finch speak to that briefly, please, for me? Why have you gleaned into as why it was unsuccessful and why no one submitted a bid? What's the issue?
Senator, this is unfortunately it's not an isolated case. We have had that experience with the hospitals over the last couple of years where an initial placement of RFP ends up in no bids. I believe it's just a combination of the amount of work that is out there and the relatively few contractors we have that want to do government projects and are able to do the bonding requirements and handle the cash flow requirements for these reimbursement projects. We're hopeful we'll be able to get this done. It's not the first project that we've had to put out more than once. We were extremely disappointed when no one bid because we did have people go through I don't remember how many, but we did have contractors go through the initial walkthrough, so we had hope that we would get at least a bid.
And would this delay also increase the cost when you put it back out to bid?
Well, it's potential. Going back out to bid in itself doesn't increase the cost. We're not saying who will do it for X amount of dollars. It's more a description of this is the scope of work that we need. Tell us what you can do it for. If you get fewer bidders, sometimes you're in a situation where you have to accept a higher cost than you might have anticipated or wanted. But going back to bid itself doesn't necessarily increase the cost.
That's what I was talking about, though. Thank you so much for your responsive. And Mr. President, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. If the timekeeper could put 3 minutes on the clock for me real quick, I'll try to get through this. And first of all, I too want to join in thanking Pafford for their contribution to the community. And, again, the thought about Pafford leaving have left a lot of hysteria in our community. And it's unfortunate, but, we have had a good working relationship with Pafford. Pafford had teamed up with our local first responders as well and really developed a relationship that's long-lasting. And it's unfortunate that they find themselves at a quagmire where they have to actually fight to be able to get the payments. There's no argument, or if there is argument, I'm not hearing that today, that based on reconciliation that have been made, that we don't believe that the amount that's owed to Pafford is in question. We believe that it's legitimate in what they were asking for. And, I think as proud Virgin Islanders, even if we want to separate from Pafford, we should be separating in good faith. We should be making these people whole as they leave this territory, because God knows when we're going to need them again. Again, they came into this territory when we needed them most. And I get emotional because if it wasn't for those assistants that came from abroad that supported us here in this community, we gloat at the numbers that we saw. We gloat at the ability as Virgin Islands to bring people into this territory. We gloat as a destination that was able to give vaccination and do all of these things because we got the assistance and support from outside as well as a collective, because our people too work alongside these individuals. But it's nothing like working with somebody that you know that got your back and is right there to support your endeavors. It makes the heavy lift a lot lighter. So, I feel somewhat heavy-hearted that as the time has wound down, now that rather than saying, thank you, Parford, for what you have done,
1 minute.
You pay your money or whatever, and you can separate, but we appreciated what you do, they have to then kick and scream about getting their payments. It's unfair. As proud Virgin Islanders, that's not what we do. We bring people into our home, and we show them kindness, I show them appreciation, and drop them to the airport with, again, a hug and a thank you, and look forward to seeing them again. So I'm hoping that we could really work these issues out, not to mention that we had a lot of individuals that relied on our nurses to go home, the home care, the wounds that was taken care of. We had people that had bed sores as a result of not being able to get to the hospital and be treated in a timely fashion. Those things were minimized. Those things were curtailed because of Jackie Greenidge and the team that went out and performed, those home care there. And yes, that will continue, but it will put a strain. We created fire stations where we had backup because Parford and other nurses and other ambulance run was there to support being able to get that timely response for calls for service.
Time.
Lives will save. We can't deny that. Lives were saved as a result of that. So rather than offering Parford, maybe what we needed to do was to attract them. We need some more paramedics. Maybe there's vacancies available. We should have tried to hire them up and bring them aboard. But no, we left this bad taste in their mouth and, and just say, we don't use you, so throw you away. That's not good. So I'm hoping that my colleagues, we could join forces and determine how do we address this going forward. Whether it's going to be the Epstein money that we hear that we're asking for, if that's not available, then what is the source? ARPA is not available. What is the source? General fund is not available. What is the source that we're going to use to make sure that Parford is paid, one, and two, to make sure that services are continued until January 25th when we are able to support this. So that is where the fight is, and I surely hope that we could hopefully have this discussion moving forward. Once again, I want to ask the director of OMB, and I know you're in the hot seat, today, because again, you're the one that's responsible for challenging these monies. Where can we go from here? I don't believe that to just talk about any available fund is the right thing to do. As a matter of fact, our rules and regulations preclude us from doing that. We have to identify a fund, that we're going to utilize going forward. If we take a little bit from the stabilization, if we take a little bit from the general fund, if we take a little bit from Epstein, if we take a little bit from, wherever, let's put some money together to make sure that we're addressing what were the arrearage as well as the forward movement in all of this. Focus forward. But the community is really dependent on us. I'm getting text messages and all kind of thing. People, what are we going to do? 2 paramedics for the island? What are we going to do? So I believe that, we have to calm the nerves of our people because stress kills. So we really have to work collectively to be able to address this. The issue, again, with CKC, we worked hard to bring those individuals to the table to have a conversation about, the purchase of CKC. That didn't work out. To my disappointment, as I must say, I must put on the record, because we did tremendous amount of work. The legislature is not traditionally in that negotiating mode. We're not supposed to, but nonetheless, it was critical that we're able to ensure that our dialysis patients continue to receive quality health care. So we got work cut out for us, and I was asking you, Ms. Woods, what is your thoughts in terms of, what do we need to ensure that we're putting in this language that definitely I could get my colleagues to agree upon, so that we could make sure that we're passing a legitimate bill that would be paid and taking care of these issues and not allow us to continue this quagmire.
So, as stated, the legislature is who appropriates funds, but the executive branch is more than welcome to having a conversation so that we can identify how and where is available to split some of the costs to cover the errors.
Very well. So what I'll do is again ask that you make some calls. Let's decide where that's going to be so that we could have these bills amended, right fitted, and pass so that they could be worth the paper that they're written on, so that we can make sure that that takes place. Yes, Ms. Serrano.
Good day, Ebony Serrano. I have the information for the aging, and as of now, post our check run today, we have $48 million in AP vendor aging report. We have $15 million that is not included here, but we're building up for the health insurance for the 1st of September.
Very well, thank you. And of course, we're having this consideration. We still know that the funds are low, revenues are low coming in, and we still have a number of expenditures to include retroactive pay and income tax refunds and all kind of other things too that has to be built in here. So we have to be prudent in our decision here today. That aging goes back as far as what? 90 days?
As of just today. The
Within-
aging report was just now.
Within 90 days, these bills are owed, these vendor payments that's owed?
It varies. We could always break that out for you. Currently, we have
All right, any of my colleagues have any burning questions before I go to allow for Mr. Stevens? Director Stevens, you were saying something?
Good afternoon, Senator, and this body. I've sat here and I've listened to a lot, and what I don't want anyone to miss is that we are not capable of taking care of this community from an emergency medical standpoint. The men and women that serve in the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service are doing an outstanding job.
Say that again, so you can be clear. You're not able to, or you're able to?
That we are able to.
Right.
Right? It's a strain on us right now, but they are capable and they're willing to take care of this community. That is what we do. And I must take my hat off to them, because we just went through a tropical storm, yes. But guess who was out there? Those same men and women doing what they signed up to do. I had to stop them from responding when the winds picked up and tell them, look, it's not safe. And a couple of them pushed back. Chief Adams, Chief Brand, I said, look, guys, yes, we want to do what we're hired to do, what we're paid to do, but just luckily we didn't have any calls, which was good, right? But again, they want to do this. This is something that they signed up to do, and we must also commend them for the job that they do day in, day out. We're going to miss Pafford. We're sorry that we're in this situation that we find ourselves in. It's unfortunate, but we can do, and we just have to be able to be supportive of each other and get it done.
I'm in total agreement with that. I was a law enforcer for 25 years, and I know of the importance of being out there, but it comes at a risk.
It does.
It comes at a risk. You know what I'm saying? When you have that support and assistance, it makes the job a lot easier. So it comes at a risk, and yes, we have been fortunate and lucky, but that luck, it's not going to always be there. So it's very important that we're able to do that. And, more importantly, my message is not that we want to just keep Parford when we can't afford them, but I'm saying that we should pay them. We should thank them, for their services and pay them on the way out, rather than they have to go kicking and screaming about monies that are owed to them. That's not good. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger. Please recognize the mic of Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. To the chair, to the testifiers, mainly from the OMB or any other entities, I just want the bottom line. Pafford has not been paid. Are we in any emergency crisis at the moment? Because I'm hearing about transitions. I'm hearing about us ultimately setting up our own situations. Are we in any emergency situation in any of the hospitals, agencies right now, or is this something that we can tackle over the next couple of weeks? Or if something isn't done today, is something going to cave in? That's what I'm trying to understand.
If I may respond to that, according to what Pafford is saying to us, they too have their obligations. And if they're not given a certain amount of funding prior to a specific date, which really and truly was August 1st, they would because they also have to pay their employees, not just here, but abroad as well. So that's really what the emergency is. And it stems to if we do not have individuals that are providing dialysis service, then those individuals are going to become sick in a very short period of time.
Okay, so just quick follow-up. So you're saying if Pafford gets paid, some of these individuals will stay on the job to make sure our dialysis patients are covered, or are they still leaving? Because that is what I'm trying to get clarity on the whole day.
What I'm saying is that despite the fact that they told us that it would leave on the 1st, and then they said the Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday, it would be the 14th, they've actually stayed in play. So right now, our dialysis patient is being still served, despite the fact that we have not paid. But we run a risk of losing them, and they have been graceful enough to stay because they know what the critical nature will bring if the services are not provided.
Okay. Thank you very much for that additional.
And particularly that's in the area of the CKC area with the dialysis.
Correct, sir.
Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to follow up on a question. So the total amount, because it seems like the critical services that needs to be paid is associated with the dialysis unit, CKC.
It's basically everything. The total amount is 8.1 million. However, when you ask the question whether or not we would go into an emergency, it would, and I can speak for dialysis. It would go into that the service not being provided.
How much do we owe for the dialysis? I'm sorry to cut you off.
I think that everything, if you look at the projection, would come to 2.3. Yeah, 2.3. But we also have a breakdown. What's actually owed is 1.625 is what's owed. But we're looking at projection because we need them until January of 2025, and that takes us to $2,459,632.24.
Understood. Thank you so kindly for providing that information.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, I'll allow for anyone. Had any burning questions? No, that's it. I'll allow for you to do a closing statement. And of course, the commissioner, I'll come to Director Stevens as well as Chairman Finch.
Well, first of all, I want to go back and say that we really have appreciated what Pafford has brought to us. I think that there is a lessons learned from them. I think the fact that they are so willing to stay within a territory means that some lessons were provided to them as well. So we have some mutual admiration towards each other. So I'm really very grateful for what they've been able to offer us. And I'm sure the community, just knowing all the texts and calls that you have been getting, I get the same. We do, but at the same time, I want to say that I think it's important for us to focus on what we can do for ourselves and embrace what we have within the territory, the university, UVI cell, certification programs, CTEC that was mentioned before. I think there's a lot of things that we can do because we also have to look for a resiliency in terms of what happens next. So those are things I know we have a lot of work to do, but more so than anything else, I want to thank each and every one of you for having a conversation with us today, trying to figure out exactly what we need to do to going forward and paying the Pafford bill, but also ensuring that from a regulatory perspective, we maintain a high level of care throughout the territory. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for all that you do as well in this fight. Director Stevens.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, Director Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Again, echoing what Commissioner Encarnacion says, we are grateful for the service that was provided to us by Pafford Services from since 2017 when they first came into the territory. That being said, I am grateful for this to this body for listening to us, understanding the situation that we find ourselves in, and the willingness to assist in getting us out of this situation. As the director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, like I said before, our employees are up to the task. I am in gratitude to them for all that they do to keep this community safe, whether it be from fires or from the EMS perspective. I don't want us to lose faith in that we're here for the community. It's a challenge for us right now, but we're going to get through this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Stevens, and thank you as well for all that you do and for the men and women of the VIFMs. At this time, Chairman Finch, closing.
Thank you. So I will also, want to offer my thanks to Pafford for all the wonderful work they have done at the hospitals for years now. I want to also specifically thank staff that provide dialysis care every day, the doctors, the nurses, the technicians, the support staff at both hospitals and both CKC clinics for all the work that they do. In our ideal world, neither hospital wants to be the only provider of dialysis services in the territory. We would prefer to be playing a very minor part, but when it becomes a need, and we have had the experience of a private provider on St. Thomas leaving with short notice, we've had the threat of provider leaving with next to no notice, the dialysis patients are going to come to the hospital because they will have no choice. So therefore, we are taking the actions that we are taking, spending the money that we don't have, to try to just make sure that those services will be there for the people who really need it. It's not, dialysis is never going to be a moneymaker for us. We would be lucky if we broke even on it. But we know it's such a critical service that it has to be provided locally. So those are the reasons we've been taking the actions that we've been taking. So I thank this body to listening to our needs, and I look forward to a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Finch, for your testimony there. Anyone else that, Ms. Woods, do you have anything that you want to add or say? No? You good? All right. So at this time, I'll take a recess. We'll release you, and then we'll come back and rise up into session after a huddle and make a determination how do we move forward and address this situation. Don't go too far, Ms. Woods. We definitely need to have a conversation with you as well. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess. And we are out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, can I have a quorum call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Biden, present. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolkes Jr., present. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Here.
Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, excused. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Present.
Senator James Sr., present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Mr. President, we have 13 present, 1 absent, 1 excused.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. At this time, Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to waive the rules number 403, 404, 405, 509B. I'm sorry, 403, 404, 405, 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order Bill number 35-0274, an act appropriating $1,933,461 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Roy Lesser Snyder Hospital to today's agenda pursuant to Rule 509A and be placed on the agenda to be considered in block number 1. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Capehart, Senator James Sr., that's Giovanni James Sr. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Fonseca, recognized for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to waive the rules number 403, 404, 405, 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order Bill number 35-0275, an act appropriating the sum of $910,000 from the general fund to the Department of Health to be disbursed to the Caribbean Kidney Center to assist with the funding of the salaries of dialysis nurses and staff members, be placed on today's agenda pursuant to Rule 509A and to be considered in block number 1. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Ray Fonseca, seconded by Senator Giovanni James Sr., Senator Capehart, Senator Milton Potter. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion. Motion.
Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognized for your motion.
Mr. President, I move to waive the rules number 403, 404, 405, 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order Bill number 35-0276, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center to assist in purchasing dialysis machines and chairs, a reverse osmosis water system, medication, supplies, and to fund staff salaries, and it be placed on today's agenda pursuant to Rule 509A and be considered in block number 1. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Ray Fonseca and seconded by Senator Capehart, Senator James Sr., Senator Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Again, colleagues, we have bills number 35-0274, bill number 35-0275, bill number 35-0276 that has been placed in today's agenda in block number 1.
submit.
Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
Consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0274, an act appropriating $1,933,461 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Roy L. Schneider Hospital and Medical Center. Bill number 35-0275, an act appropriating the sum of $910,000 from the general fund to the Department of Health to be dispersed to the Caribbean Kidney Center to assist with the funding of salaries of dialysis nurses and the staff members. Bill number 35-0276, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center to assist in purchasing dialysis machines and chairs, a reverse osmosis water system, medication, supplies, and to fund staff salaries. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Gittens, you recognize for your motion at this time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to order today's agenda as follows. Block number 1, Bill number 35-0274, Bill number 35-0275, Bill number 35-0276, and waive debate time. Also, we will move to waive the debate time and the reading of committee reports. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Fonseca, Senator Blyden, objected to by Senate Minority Leader, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, as well as Senator Carla J. Joseph. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Balquez Jr. Senator Balquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Oh, excuse me. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 10 yeas, 3 nays, 2 absent.
Thank you very much. The motion carries. This time, again, that motion was for, again, the waiver of the committee report for today, as well as for debate time on the bills in block number 1. At this time, Senator Johnson, you recognize for your motion.
Motion. I move to override the governor vetoes of Bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands, and naming Route 75 on the island of St. Croix from Basin Triangle intersection at Route 70 Estate Richmond and ending at Cross Lagoon, the Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Work to implement the mandates of this act to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor on Kenneth Ezra Mapp and for other related purposes. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Franklin Johnson, seconded by Senator Keepart, Senator Gittins, Senator Carrion, and Senator DeGraff. Senator Potter, hearing no objection. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion for consideration of override carries, and that required a simple majority of 8. At this time, we'll go to a roll call on the override, and again, we required a 2/3 or 10 affirmative vote in order to override the governor's veto of bill number 35-0229. Roll call.
Okay, Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Milton Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. The governor's veto of bill number 35-0229, an act honoring and commending the 8th elected governor of the Virgin Islands, Kenneth Ezra Mapp, for his years of service to the people of the Virgin Islands and for naming route number 75 on the island of St. Croix from the Bassin Triangle intersection at route number 70 Estate Richmond and ending at Kraus Lagoon. The Governor Kenneth E. Mapp Highway, appropriating $45,000 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Public Works to implement the mandates of this act to bestow the Virgin Islands Medal of Honor and Kenneth Ezra Mapp, and for other related purposes have been overridden, and the governor will be so notified. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move for override of the governor's veto of bill number 35-0269, an act amending Title II Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, by adding a Section 13, providing penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virgin Islands. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, Seconded by Senator Fonseca and Senator Johnson, objected to by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 11 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent.
Very well. The motion for consideration of override is carried. Roll call on the override. This requires 10 affirmative votes.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 11 yeas, 2 nays, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The consideration of override has been approved for Bill number 35-0269, an act amending Title II Virginals Code Chapter 1 by adding a Section 13 providing penalty for the commission of perjury in proceedings before the legislature of the Virginals, and the governor will be so notified. Any other motions? At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess.
Hey!
And we're out of recess at this time. Madam Clerk, I know that we do have 3 items in block 1. Proceed with the first item.
Bill number 35-0274, an act appropriating $1,933,461 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Roy L. Schneider Hospital and Medical Center.
Amendment. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for the amendment?
Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-852 to bill number 35-0274, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0274 is amended by striking $2,381,006.11 and inserting $1 million, and in line 6, inserting construction after medicine. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Capehart, Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, please call up Bill number 35-0274 as amended for a vote at this time. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent.
Remember?
Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca,
Yes.
yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory.
One second, Madam Clerk. 1 second. 1 second.
Mr. President.
We have a discrepancy in the transmission of the number.
Yes,
1
Mr.
second,
President,
please.
my error. I withdraw my amendment.
Withdrawal of the amendment made by Senator Fonseca and seconded by Senator Bolquez and Senator Carrion, Senator Gittins. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Amendment. Mr. President, I move to offer an amendment to amendment number 35-3852. 35-852 to bill number 35-0274, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0274 is amended by striking $1,930,000 striking $1,933,461, and B, inserting $1 million, and in line 6, inserting construction after medicine. I so move.
Objection. Objection. Objection.
Yes, Senator, take your time and please restate the amendment.
Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-852 to bill number 35-0274, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0274 is amended by A, striking $1,933,461 and inserting $1 million, and B, in line 6, inserting construction after medicine. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Javon James Sr., Senator Gittins, Senator Potter. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, at this time, please roll call on bill number 35-0274 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yay. Mr. President, we have 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0274, an act appropriating $1,933,461 from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to Roy Lester Snyder Hospital and Medical Center, as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action.
Amendment.
Please call up the next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0275, an act appropriating the sum of $910,000 from the general fund to the Department of Health to be dispersed to the Caribbean Kidney Center to assist with the funding of salaries of dialysis nurses and the staff members.
Amendment, Senator Fonseca, you recognize the amendment?
Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-853 in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 35-0275. Bill number 35-0275 is amended by striking all language after the enacting clause and inserting the following language. Section 1A, the sum of $2,111,510.10, $507.10, the sum of $2,111,507.10 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Department of Health for the arrearage owed and projected costs to Pafford Medical Services for services rendered to the Caribbean Kidney Center for the period of October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024. B, the funds appropriated in subsection A shall not be paid by the Department of Health prior to Caribbean Kidney Center's approval for each invoice from Pafford Medical Services. C, the funds appropriated in subsection A remain available until expended. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Capehart, Senator Potter, Senator Carrion, Senator Johnson, Senator Gittins. Hearing no objection, and Senator James Sr. hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk, at this time, roll call on Bill number 35-0275 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea.
Madam Clerk, please record Senator DeGraff's vote as yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0275, an act appropriating the sum of $910,000 from the general fund to the Department of Health to be dispersed to the Caribbean Kidney Center to assist with the funding of the salaries of dialysis nurses and the staff members, as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 35-0276, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center to assist in purchasing dialysis machines and chairs, a reverse osmosis water system, medication, supplies, and to fund staff salaries.
Amendment, Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your amendment.
Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-854 to bill number 35.
Let's get that reading again, please.
Mr. President, I offer amendment number 35-854 to bill number 35-0276, and it reads as follows. Bill number 35-0276, Section 1 is amended by A, striking $1,443,630 and inserting $1 million, and B, in line 5, inserting construction after supplies. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fonseca, seconded by Senator Capehart, Senator Gittins, Senator Carrion, Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator James Sr., Senator Blyden, Senator Potter, Senator Johnson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, at this time, please, roll call on bill number 35-0276 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, yea. Mr. President, we have 13 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0276, an act providing an appropriation from the general fund of the Treasury of the Government of the Virgin Islands to the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center to assist in the purchasing of dialysis machines and chairs and a reverse osmosis water systems, medication, supplies, and to fund staff salaries, as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. At this time, Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of personal privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to say a special thanks to all of my colleagues. We worked hard. We got all of these bills accomplished. I want to thank the legal counsel, the legislature staff. I want to thank the Commissioner of Health, the Hospital Territorial Board, OMB, the Governor's Office, Department of Finance, and all of my staff. And may you have a safe flight over to St. Croix, and blessings. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. At this time, we recognize Senator Diane T. Capehart for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor of actually reading a thank you letter from Jacqueline Greenidge Payne, the interim director from the Virgin Islands Department of Health, Office of Emergency Medical Services. This letter is addressed to Mr. Jamie Pafford Gresham, Pafford Medical Services. Dear Mrs. Pafford Gresham, I hope this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. I am writing to express my heartfelt appreciation for your service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to acknowledge your remarkable contribution to filling the gap that exists in our healthcare system at a very critical time, and convey my gratitude for your exceptional dedication and efforts to making our healthcare system ready with the best support of pre-hospital care providers, nurses, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, and doctors, equipment, and supplies. Your unwavering commitment and the exceptional staffing you provided the Virgin Islands medical community impacted so many lives in our territory. When the Department of Health, EMS, wanted to start the mobile integrated healthcare community paramedicine program, your company stepped up even though you were chartering new waters. You allowed my vision to come to fruition. You provided us with well-rounded staff that included specialty care nurses in wound care, nurse practitioners, and even physicians who kept abreast of patient treatment plans and marked improvements, durable equipment for patients in severe situations who cannot wait for the processes of human services to be completed. I am truly impressed by the care you constantly demonstrated for my community. Your tireless work ethic has not exceeded expectations, but also inspired me. You have demonstrated through qualities of an EMSer, always ready, proud to serve. In addition to our outstanding dedication to the Virgin Islands community, I would like to highlight your remarkable empathy for in the industry we serve. We see a lot in every day we meet people at their worst possible moment, on the worst day of their life, and we ask to bring them to calm, conscious state and help them navigate their distresses. Even when you were not being compensated, you showed up. You continued to contribute to our system, Department of Health, hospitals, human services, Bureau of Corrections, and the dialysis center for one reason: keeping care in health care. You constantly showed us respect, patience, and understanding. Your genuine willingness to go above and beyond for this Virgin Islands community, it makes me think of your company early start from your father's dining room dispatch center to what you have accomplished today. He would be as proud of you as I am. I am sorry that we have arrived at this juncture. However, your impact here will never be forgotten. I wish you much success as you continue to serve, and my best wishes for your future pursuits and collaborations. Jacqueline Greenidge Payne, Interim Director, asked me to read this on her behalf. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Mr. President.
Senator Capehart. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize your point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to take this quick moment to really say I appreciate my colleagues this evening. We were able to come together unified and really put the people of this territory first. We recognize the issue occurred, and whether or not we were a little bit blindsided by it, this is what we do as our jobs, to really work on behalf of the people of this territory. And I would like to thank them because our dialysis patients need the help. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. And I'd just like to wrap up again by saying a big happy birthday to Madam Clerk, Serlina, Juana, happy birthday. Please shine the camera on her. She's working so hard on her birthday. We appreciate you and appreciate your work. Thank you. And colleagues, thank you for today. Again, I look forward to, we do have a DNC coming up, and I know that there's several of my colleagues that will be traveling to DNC. Again, good luck and that historic trip, and be safe and come back to us in one piece. All right. I want to say thank you and my appreciation to certainly central staff, our reporters, our legal counsel's office, post audit, security, all of the clerks, archive, and everyone, media, and public affairs, and thank you, and everyone involved in today's proceedings. Thank you very much, and get home safe. God bless each and every one of you, and take care. The committee of August 16th, the session of August 16th, 2024 is hereby adjourned. God bless.